hog, dude. We obviously have a ton of new faces this week. Fuck yeah. So we're gonna get into introductions. We're doing things a little different this week. We're giving the guests a little bit more time to give you a deeper look into their lives. They're gonna let you in on their fucking souls, okay? And yeah, so we're gonna let them take it away. Yo, Matt, take us away.
What's up? What's up? I'm Matt. I have been invited to this podcast by Aiden. He seemed like a really cool guy, so that's how I ended up here. But I am really into tattoos, drawing, music. I've been all across the globe to explore and do new things. Aside from that, I just kind of snowboard when it's winter, skate when it's summer, and do my own thing, live life to the fullest.
Hell yeah. Brandon.
Hi, my name is Brandon. I'm a big gamer. I work on computers, and I'm a dungeon master. As far as gaming goes, I recently got Doom Eternal, been also dived into Code Vein to try to live the Weeb Souls life. As far as computers go, I've been a server administrator for 7 years now. So I've been working on servers, doing server management, workstation management for multiple companies. I work through something called a managed service provider. We provide computer support to a bunch of different people, but that's boring. As far as Dungeons and Dragons go, I've been a dungeon master for 5e for 5th edition for about 3 years now. I have been a dungeon master at 2 different stores. I've been a dungeon master at one convention. I was actually invited to PAX South to be a dungeon master, but they invited me like 2 days before PAX South started, so I didn't have a hotel and couldn't go. Other than that, I've been enjoying my life and slaying monsters in Doom.
Hell yeah, dude. Kai, take us away.
Hi. I wasn't planning on being part of this, but I got dragged in through Omegle. So hi, my name's Kai. I'm not really the most interesting person, other than I do art, and I'm really just planning on going somewhere one day. I want to be a criminal investigator. Um, and I just want to get away from like where I'm from and like pursue my dreams and just like maybe eventually travel the world, because it's something I've always had a dream about doing, and I'm just a very creative person, and I just want to get out of there, like do something.
Hell yeah. Rose, take us away.
Okay, hi, I'm Rose. I like to draw anime women with big titties. I like playing Nintendo game. I grew up on Nintendo games, and one of my favorite things to do right now, especially when stuck inside, is playing D&D with my boyfriend through video calls. It's been one of my favorite things ever recently. And trying to pay off debt to Tom Nook in Animal Crossing. So
Hell yeah. Space Trash, take us away.
Alrighty. I guess most interesting thing, I grew up in Japan, so naturally I'm a weeb. I'm vibing constantly. I'm an essential worker at Walmart, so that's pretty fun. And in my spare time, I like to try and make music, but I'm bad at it, so it sounds like garbage.
The hell yeah. Nico, take us away.
Hey, I'm Nico. I'm Greek American. I grew up on a island in Greece called Santorini for the first 14 years of my life. And I moved here. I pretty much tried everything under the sun, from editing to music to D&D. I'm playing D&D for around 7 years. I'm in like 5 concurrent campaigns at the moment. A lot of fun. I've DM'd a little bit. Not my favorite, but I enjoy storytelling a lot. Right now I'm editing for a few people, including Aiden, good friend of mine, known him for a while. Used to hate him, love him now. But I don't know. I drink every so often. I have a big nicotine addiction. About it.
Hell yeah. Triangle.
Yeah, I'm Triangle. I'm Finnish, 16. I have a couple of hobbies like airsofting and scuba diving, and I'm also a Minecraft builder. And people actually pay me to build stuff, which is just easy money. Um, I'm in culinary school now, so gonna become a chef. And yeah, like most of my free time, I just play games and do schoolwork.
Hell yeah. Warrison?
Hey, what's good? I'm Morrison or Hudson. I'm just like I live in Arizona. I mean, it's fucking hot all the time. I skateboard like every day. It's my like physical activity, so I stay fit, I guess, if I can do that. But I normally am like a Twitch streamer, and I goof around on YouTube making like little like minute long like sketch videos that I think are funny, but really are very funny. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much me. Just goof around, play music on stream a lot, and that's a learning a bunch of different little instruments. And rep I rep the Capri Sun brand pretty heavily. Trying to get sponsored. Working on that. But yeah, that's me.
Hell yeah. Colin?
Yeah, hi, I'm Colin. I'm really into games and game design. About 4 years. I also really am into 3D printing as well as the out.
Hell yeah.
Avid fisher.
Hell yeah.
So obviously, as some of you might know, I am Aiden or Palaidan. I've been a streamer for almost over 5 years now. Started up this podcast on episode 5. All I do is stream, literally all the time. Yeah. I literally my hobbies consist of playing video games. I'm pretty boring outside of my stream. Yeah, that's. I mean, I am my stream, so that's all there really is to know about me. I live in Massachusetts. Lived there my entire life. I'm 21. I breed horses in Minecraft. I rob and kill civilians in Grand Theft Auto. And real life? No, I'm just kidding. All right, guys, let's start the podcast. Hell yeah!
Yeah, let's get rid of this awkward silence.
Introductions.
Can I say something real quick?
Hell yeah.
Bro, shout out to War. Like, everybody else is going for the G Fuel branding. This man's like, dude, screw that.
Yeah,
Capri
dude,
Sun.
mess
Sick.
off
I
with G
respect
Fuel.
that.
I'm trying to get like
Capri
give me some
Suns?
more Capri Suns, dude.
Capri Sun's gonna be the new.
cheaper,
Yeah.
way
the new
cheaper,
skater
dude.
brand.
So much, so much better.
Dude.
I would
Wait for-
use your code to buy cheaper Capri Sun.
Dude, they're already so cheap. You can't get them cheaper.
Yeah, I know, right? They go. That's your advertising.
$2.50 a box. That's 10 pouches, dude. $5 you get 20 pouch.
Yeah, man.
Jesus.
Capri
That's
Suns are cheap where
great.
you live.
Dude, except strawberry kiwi. That flavor can just like leave existence. That flavor's
What do you mean?
Dude, they're
that's the
gonna
best
replace
flavor?
strawberry kiwi.
dude.
with
Don't even try to tell me it's the best flavor.
It is
I can't
literally
even
the best
remember the
flavor.
last time I had a
Literally
Capri
the
Sun.
word. Okay, I'm not. Okay, we don't need to get into this.
First topic of the podcast.
Yeah.
Which Capri Sun flavor is the best flavor?
Okay.
Oh, yeah?
Hey,
I'm
all right.
down.
Chill.
That's a good
Down.
All right.
question.
Okay. First topic, actually, because I'm sure Twitch chat will handle fucking making that a Q&A question at the end, because, yeah, Twitch chat.
They know we're talking about it.
So Riot Games acquires Hipixel. So for those of you guys who don't know, Riot Games, obviously creators of League of Legends, the new and up and coming Valorant, Teamfight Tactics, Legends of Runeterra. The list goes on, but I mean that's the end of the list. So I mean it doesn't actually go on. And Hipixel. If literally any of you have ever played Minecraft multiplayer ever, you've probably heard of the Minecraft server Hipixel. It's literally just a household name in Minecraft servers. In 2017, could be wrong on the year, they started work on their own game outside of Minecraft called Hytale. So basically, Hytale is an MMORPG that looks very similar to Minecraft, but plays like an RPG, similar to World of Warcraft or any other MMO of that sorts. And just the other day, they were acquired by Riot Games. So to give some feedback as to why, just in case any of you guys don't know why this is a big deal, it's think of it in the scheme of when Microsoft bought Minecraft. It's a very large company with a lot of money buying a very, very, very small company that will now give that company a ton of money to further continue the project that they were already developing. And a lot of people think that Hytale, if made correctly, could be a Minecraft killer. I don't think it's gonna be that, but
No way.
I'd love to see where you guys stand on this.
Oh, maybe.
Matt, take us away.
Yeah, so okay, you said it's gonna be like a Minecraft killer, but in the end of it, relating kind of like back to music as well, like because I'm really, really into music, I can kind of relate with it. And you said it would override the whole like system that it was on and everything like that. But at the end of the day, Minecraft is the OG, and it isn't ever gonna fade. It's kind of like Tupac in a sense. It's always gonna be there, and regardless of the people putting in the extra work to build a fantastic structure, which I would not mind whatsoever, it's always going to be relating back to Minecraft in a sense because of the whole dilemma. Like, is the OG really the best? And it's going to bring also a sense of nostalgia along with everything else that can't really change it, you know?
Really quick, if you guys have any like questions and it's like not your turn to speak, just raise your hand and we'll get you speaking.
Dope.
That's right.
Yes, teacher.
Anyway,
God.
yeah, no, I feel you. It's one of those things that often kind of ruins it for any new up and coming game. It always gets boiled down to that comparison to what the OG was. Like
Yeah.
any MMO is oftentimes compared to World of Warcraft. Any shooter games will often get referred to COD or Halo. Any hero shooter will get referred to Overwatch. And it kind of, and if it's not like, for example, Valorant is one of the few exceptions that it's so much better that yes, it's being compared to CS:GO and Overwatch, but it's kind of molding its own place.
Yeah, and it does take a lot of like variation and a lot of experimenting with new weaponry, new story behind how it ended up there to actually like change the figure of the way people look at it. And with Hytale being under development still, who knows what's going to happen? But like I was saying, is it so pushed to happen that at the end of the day, people are probably going to lose their patience because, like I said, I'm a really patient person, so it wouldn't really bother me. But going back on it, like a lot of other people are so constructed around getting something quick and getting something good. And Minecraft has always been good, and just with further update and update and update, it just gets better and better, you know? And there's no really way to compare something so brand new to something that's been around for so long, you know?
Yeah. Brandon?
So my thoughts on this whole thing, I don't know too much about Hytale itself. I just know a little bit about Riot Games. So from what I see right now, League of Legends is kind of in an ever-changing state. Valorant is in a brand new state. It still needs balancing. Things need to be changed here and there. That's already a lot on their plates. My main question from here is whether they can handle another huge project like this. So I'm excited to see where it takes Hytale, wherever it goes, because that's a lot of funding for an indie project. That's always wonderful getting picked up by a AAA developer. But my question becomes, will Riot be able to handle the management of it? Like, will they rush it? I'm worried that they might rush it. They might push for different balancing in the game so that it just becomes kind of like a shadow of itself. So, I mean, that's kind of my thoughts on it. I don't know too much about Hytale or Hipixel, so.
So let me put you in this perspective. they're just buying Hypixel Studios. They're not really like them. They're not kind of like taking over control in the sense of it'll be writers working on Hytale or anything like that. They're just sort of throwing money at them and telling them, "All right, go on, make art." Like,
yeah, but when Tencent bought Riot Games, there was a huge change to the game. Chromas weren't involved until Tencent came in, and then now you have to pay for each color on a skin for a champion, right?
See, that's actually such a deeper look at it that I was curious if anyone on the podcast was going to bring up that how much. So yeah, have Riot Games' control over Hytale and Hypixel is one thing, but realistically, it's how much control will Tencent have over? It's like
Because Tencent has handled a lot of games too.
it's kind of like Hytale / Hypixel is like a stormtrooper. Oh, hand up.
I saw Nico's face there for a second. I feel like he has something to say about Tencent.
No, Tencent has a lot. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
about it.
is.
Tencent controls too much. But
So it's a good way of looking at it is Hytale / Hypixel is a stormtrooper, and Riot Games is Darth Vader, and Tencent is the Emperor.
yeah, I guess.
That's
I guess because since Tencent owns 100% of Riot Games, I guess you could say that Tencent now owns Hypixel.
Exactly.
Don't you have to like somewhat go through Tencent in order to like even advertise your game in China, or like you get it relatively onto the Chinese market? So
Oh,
like,
they are literally
They pretty much
they
own the
literally have
Chinese
an
market.
entire monopoly over any games going into their market. So
oh yeah, that wouldn't even be possible in the U.S.
Yeah, no.
Literally wouldn't be possible.
Ridiculous.
Outsourcing.
Kai?
I just like in my mind they're like with how if they're just throwing money and they're just like even like with more funding it doesn't mean that there's going to be a way to succeed with making the game, and there are many ways that it could still flop in the long run with like the originals are still getting more hype, and even though they're getting help from like a larger and like more well-known like I guess it's just there's just ways that it can fail really easily, and that's just how I think about it. I don't know.
I feel you. So you're kind of saying like, even though like it's a very big deal that Riot Games acquired them, there's still that chance like, even with all this money, like it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Like if you make a bad game that costs $1 billion, it's the same as making a bad game that costs $1 million.
A bad game is a bad game, and if it's a bad game, invested in it, and like that's all I gotta say.
Fair enough. Rose?
So, I mean, I don't have any really crazy deep insight about this. I just know that they have done really good with League. Seems like they're doing pretty well with Valorant. And I've been on Hypixel before. Fun. I just, I hope they don't drop the ball. I don't think they will. Yeah,
Hell yeah.
I don't have too much on this one.
Something I actually want to say about Hypixel, about what Rose just said about how good Hypixel is doing, and kind of just taking that, putting a pin in it, and dragging a line over to Tencent. Dude, look at the monetization on Hypixel. That is the most aggressive, disgusting monetization on almost all of Minecraft.
True.
So,
Yeah, they got a lot in common.
So, I mean, what are people worried about right now? That Hytale is going to be a monetization mess? Hypixel was probably going to do that on their own anyway. I mean, I didn't even think about that till just now. Hell. Did someone want to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say that now can the game Hypixel, do you think they'll be restricted in that way when they make their game and open it up to their community? Like, because right now in Minecraft, Microsoft isn't like really touching that side of their server, I guess, and reducing their income. Do you think Riot and Tencent will kind of want a kickback if people have a similar situation once they create servers and that kind of thing, or
So I don't think Hytale will have servers, to my knowledge. I mean, maybe somebody can.
is it just a strictly single player experience?
No, it's gonna be an MMO, but I mean, think of it like WoW. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh, it's like an M. Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I mean, that's really what they're marketing it as. I don't really know how much like survival or like building is actually going to be in the game. I know there's people who are much more influential on Minecraft on this podcast than I am. So when we get to them, I'm sure they'll explain a lot better than I can.
Gotcha.
Space Trash.
I was kind of worried. I'm kind of glad that Hypixel got picked up because I was worried that Hytale was going to fall into the same kind of conundrum as Cube World, where it's just stuck in a perpetual developmental phase, and developers go into the dark and then come back out of nowhere to release the game without any hype. The only thing I'm really worried about is Hypixel, the server, is already super monetized. I don't think it can get worse, but that's something I don't want to say because if I say it's not going to get worse, it's going to.
Yeah.
I'm curious on the conversation now.
Cost $5 for that wood sword. My bad, bro.
It's yeah. One thing I love, like something that you said that I loved was about the whole developmental hell. I shit you not, Space Trash, and Nico and Triangle, and even Brandon can attest to this. I was literally saying last week on the podcast, because we had a Minecraft topic, that Hytale specifically, like we hadn't heard anything about it, and it was sort of just dying off, and even Hypixel themselves weren't talking about it. It seemed like they were updating Hypixel more frequently again, meaning that they were taking attention away from Hytale. I'm like, oh yikes! Like, I don't think Hytale is gonna do too hot. And then this week they get acquired by Riot Games, and it's like, oh shit! Well, throw that whole theory out the window. Nico.
Okay, so from my perspective, knowing Minecraft pretty well and knowing Riot Games very well, like, and following a lot of writers on Twitter and stuff, it's like the company itself, even though it's owned by Tencent, still pours a lot of like their actual like soul into their games and stuff. And I, honest to God, solely think that Riot Games only purchased them because they wanted to see it succeed. It's like obviously they're going to make money off of it because it's already got 2.5 million like people just sitting there for the upcoming beta. It's kind of cool, but I don't think Riot's gonna blow them off or monetize them too much. It's gonna have the microtransactions. They're always gonna be there. That's just today's day and age. Like we see it in League of Legends. We're gonna see it in Valorant. We see it all over like Call of Duty, like all that crap. I don't know much about the actual game coming out. I don't know if they've released any sort of like trailers or any sort of gameplay. I don't think they have. But if it's an MMO,
trailer for it.
all right. If it's an actual MMO that's in the Minecraft style like art, I'm curious about it. Kind of like how I didn't care for Minecraft Dungeons. Now I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. No, right? I think Riot Games made a very good decision, and I think the like whole aspect of like of what Hypixel isn't going to change. They're just gonna now they're just gonna have the money to outsource, hire new people, have a higher development team. The game's gonna come out quicker probably. There's gonna have more ideas thrown around, so the in-game content might even be better. Who knows? Maybe some of those people they hire are gonna ruin the game, but I hope not. Yeah, but I guarantee, but I solely believe that Riot will not have a hand in like most of the production, do anything of that sort.
Triangle.
Yeah. So actually, I can't really say a lot about this that hasn't been already said, and like I don't really play on the servers. Also, I don't really know Riot because I played League of Legends like back in the day, and now I started to pick up Valorant. So I don't really know the company, what they're doing. Um, I guess the only thing I can really say is that it's quite like crazy that like a Minecraft server made an MMO, like started to make an MMO, which is like, w- for my understanding, very different from the actual server. And
Yes.
I don't know how much they have, like how much experience they have in that field of creating MMOs. And then Riot actually like bought them and like threw like hella money at them. And that's, I don't know what to say about that, because for a company to make a game in such an area that they're like not at all experienced in, and just to have like a big company throw money at them, um I don't know, it just seemed kind of odd, but yeah.
Worrisome? War?
Matt,
My boy.
you may speak.
Yo, so really quick, like Triangle was saying, throwing money into a small company, even though like yeah, they did make a fantastic server, fantastic game, throwing money at a ghost of they don't know what they're doing, it's along the lines of like, is that a bold investment for an infrastructure that they don't really know about? And I'm not saying that these developers don't know what they're doing. It's more or less of, do they have the capability and the mechanics to actually pull off a server like that? If that's what you were getting at, trying. I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah,
It's kind of
that's
kind of like entering a field that you're not known for. Like
Yeah.
right games, they don't make MMOs. They don't. Like Hipixel is a bunch of. It's kind of honestly just indie company. Like if you think about it, it's kind of like who's it? Toby Fox. Kind of like it's just a
Yeah.
smaller group. Like
mm,
oh, and shout out to Cube World, great game. When it was in beta
Always.
4 years ago.
It's finally out. It's just as good as I remember it.
So before we move on to the next person, I have an update on the story. So as of right now, Hypixel has enough resources to hire 20 new employees for its new permanent office in Northern Ireland. But otherwise, the company's doing everything that they had been already after the acquisition. The only big difference is that the Hypixel CEO stepped down.
Really?
Yes.
wow.
Is there a reason?
Why would that be? Yeah.
So let me read what was in quotes here. So while it is now an Riot-owned studio, it will still be independent. Apparently, and the acquisition won't affect Hypixel Minecraft server or Hypixel Inc., which continues to oversee the Minecraft mods. Collins Laflemme is also stepping down as CEO of Hypixel. So
Told you.
Why is he
Riot
stepping
Games
down?
ain't gonna do any crap. Good company.
there was what probably happened, to my knowledge, is probably a huge creative there's creative differences between the
dispute.
CEO and the rest of the company, and it was probably a mutual decision that he stepped down. And I'm assuming that someone that Riot is probably going to help pick is going to be the CEO to kind of help mediate the relationship between the two companies. That's my thinking, at least.
That would be a genuine outlook on it, because thinking about it, like if they were walking into something that they didn't know about, there are going to be creative differences all around. But I mean, taking one for the team and putting up what's best, I feel like that would be a very good decision on it.
Space Trash, you had a question?
Yeah. Is there any info if he's staying with the company and just stepping down, or is he leaving completely?
They just said the article was very vague. I got it from PC Gamer. They just said that he's stepping down.
Interesting.
As for like, sorry.
No, go.
As for like him stepping down, I'm sure one of the like other Hypixel members is probably going to step up to that position, because then I would start having a problem with like if Riot Games started putting their like people into the higher positions there. That's where I could see it like start falling apart. But I don't think that'll happen.
The way I imagine it is going to be a Blizzard Activision type of situation where Riot will help decide, like, pick that person, because that matters. That person has to be within good relations with Riot. just like the new Blizzard CEO after Mike Morhaime stepped down, had to be within good relations with Activision. Obviously,
Right?
that
Are
CEO
Activision and Blizzard like thing now? Like
Yeah.
really?
they've owned them for a really long time.
I don't play Call of Duty.
The difference,
Before
the
this,
big
you were getting
difference,
mad at me for not knowing iDubbbz had a girlfriend.
the difference, the big difference between the whole Activision thing and Riot thing is Mike Morhaime. So Activision's owned them for a stupidly long time, since like the mid to late 2000s. The difference is Mike Morhaime had been the CEO since Blizzard's founding, and all creative like choices were his. And if Activision tried to dip their fingers into his bullshit at all, he would just like, nah, go fuck yourself. Like, this is my company. Like, this is my baby. Like, you're not ruining my shit. We'll make you your money. You'll shut up and you'll take it and you go about your business. Mike Morhaime steps down, and Overwatch 2.
Who's
Here's the
Blizzard?
storm. Yeah, who's Blizzard again? Anyway,
I thought it was just Activision.
Worrisome.
Well, my whole my knowledge of Hipixel is like literally zero, because like when I play Minecraft, it's like literally only single player solo, maybe server with some people. Like that's my extent of Minecraft knowledge. Like I still play the game a lot, just never multiplayer. So like I heard about this Hipixel thing happening, or yeah, well, the Hightail game, and I looked at it and I was like, it's kind of like Roblox, I guess, or something. I was like, Minecraft Roblox, there we go, sure. Like, and then I just kind of brush it off. I mean, honestly, haven't had another thought about it until just now, and like everyone started talking about it. So I just kind of started thinking maybe like, since I don't have, like really good opinions to like project into this conversation, I just kind of was thinking like conspiracy theories that like Riot just wants to like, get one or two games of like every genre, so they can like make like a hierarchy of like video game company, so they have like every type of game. Next time they buy another game, it's gonna be like a fishing game. Don't laugh.
When Riot Games comes out with a wholesome Stardew Valley Animal Crossing type game, that's when I'm gonna stop playing.
That's when I'm
League of
gonna
Legends.
invest, dude.
No,
Here we go.
Riot Games just gonna have a monopoly on every genre of game. It's like, oh, what's your favorite game?
It's
This game.
happening. It's
Speaking
happening,
of Monopoly,
dude.
Riot Games board game.
Hmm?
It's already a thing.
I was gonna say Monopoly League of Legends is
Yeah,
a thing.
No,
Yeah.
they also have like Teamfight Tactics as like an actual board game.
Oh, they have
fair
Teamfight
enough.
Tactics. It's
I
like
mean, they have.
I don't think it's called Teamfight Tactics, but it's like literally the board game. of,
Mechs and
like, something
Minions.
Tactics.
Yeah, I was about to say
Yeah,
Mechs
yeah,
and
Mechs
Minions.
and Minions, that's what it's
Literally
called.
a board game.
yeah, no,
Nobody
and
bought it.
it's a lot of. I mean, I didn't buy one. I played it a few times. A lot of fun. It's way too complicated for a fucking board game. I'll tell you that. No,
Poker night.
they want like there's like status timers and debuffs in that board game.
What?
Okay, exactly.
Ew.
It's so complicated.
What kind of sense does that make?
You have to use like what are those little hourglass? Yeah, you have to use them as like for debuff timers. It's too much, man.
A board game made by
So-
programmers.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah, but that's pretty much it. I don't know.
I mean, I feel like that
That's
would just be
interesting.
like status effects in a fist fight in a bar. Like, that makes no sense.
Exactly. Status fix in a fist fight.
After
spit on your
Darkness
hands
wears
for
off
extra
in
poison.
3 hours.
Sorry, go put the chair down. Can't use the chair for at least another 5 minutes.
Oh,
Stab you with a bottle. Let me flip this hourglass. Time you're bleeding.
all
Hey,
right,
you can stop
Good
bleeding now.
God.
Colin, take it away.
I guess I would say that even though you paint a turd gold, doesn't mean it's actually gonna be anything else besides shit. And then secondly, they have a lot of hype to live up to. Because they have a huge following right now. They're being literally compared to Minecraft, and then they just got acquired by one of the largest game companies in the US. Um, so I pray for them, to be honest, and hope that they can live up to whatever hype that they have since drawn out to, and hopefully they're not a No Man's Sky.
Damn it!
Ah,
Fuck.
man,
I was,
why do
I
you gotta
was
mention
totally
the
gonna
No
say
Man's Sky?
Shit.
That hurt.
Okay, I
Alright.
honestly don't think their development is going to be so rushed that it's another No Man's Sky. I think that like all the hype they're getting will probably cause a lot of stress, and they might want to poop it out a little early. But I think we're going to be good. I have high hopes for these guys.
Okay.
A lot of people had high hopes for No Man's Sky.
Calm down.
Okay. So
Oh no.
my stance on the whole Hipixel acquisition is very similar to Worrison's, and it's basically like Riot is very quickly becoming the late 2000s Blizzard, where they literally had a game for every genre, and they were considered like gods in the gaming community. I mean, when Overwatch first came out, it was literally the fucking Exodia piece. They now had a first-person shooter. They had a MOBA. They had the number one MMO. They had the number one dungeon crawler.
RTS.
They had the number one RTS. That's still the number one RTS.
No, it's not.
It is. It's a graveyard.
StarCraft.
Age of Empires is so much.
You
more
can
better
say
now.
it's no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Compare the communities. StarCraft community is way more active than Age of Empires.
Dude,
StarCraft is also
doesn't
goes
matter.
super cheap every 5 minutes.
Yes, I mean the thing about StarCraft.
They scare me.
Isn't StarCraft 2 free now?
Anyways, Hipixel. We're talking about Hipixel.
Yeah, now we're changing the subject.
So I mean, you look at what Riot's doing, and first-person shooter, MOBA, card game, the new auto battler genre, which is new in the past couple of years. They're very quickly getting their fingers in every single genre, and by acquiring Hipixel, whether it succeeds or not, they now have competition in just one more genre that they may have not had competition in before. So, judging by what I read in the article and read to you guys about, 20 new employees, a permanent office, it leads me to believe that like they couldn't have bought Hipixel for too much and obviously we don't know this, but Riot Games does. They know how far along in development Hytale is, and they also know how much that'll kind of equate to money value. So let's say they're nowhere near as done as they say they are. Riot Games knows how close they are to being done, and that will kind of equate as to, okay, if they're going to be done next week, we'll give them X amount of millions. But if they're a couple of years off and they still don't know how good the game is going to be, that's going to make the game significantly much cheaper than what it would have cost had they had a finished product out. The best example is Diablo, one of the most notorious franchises of all time. It was being made by an indie company that was running out of money, and they were only, I shit you guys not, months away from launch. Now, anybody who knows Diablo is now owned by Blizzard Entertainment. Blizzard ended up stepping in and buying Diablo 3 months before Diablo 1 launched. It ended up winning Game of the Year that year and became the best-selling game of 1990 whatever. And the lead developer said that there was countless interviews where he kind of just talked about like, yeah, we wouldn't have been able to put the game out without Blizzard, but at the same time, it's like, where would we all be if we hadn't taken that money and just released the game? It's one of those things that, I don't know, there's so much you could say about the topic. Like, let's say Hipixel puts the server out and it does amazingly and they really never needed Riot to begin with, then it's too late now. Exactly.
Yeah.
We see too many games nowadays kind of die to these AAA developers that kind of ruin them. I'm with Nico though. I don't think Riot would do that, but
Not currently. Maybe later.
Look at the Mass Effect series. Any Mass Effect fans here?
Yeah.
EA,
What's Mass Effect?
EA put a rope around Mass Effect's neck and said, make Andromeda, and they killed themselves. Like, I mean, the horror stories about the developers working on Andromeda it's like not even real. It's fucking crazy. it's like you literally have employees talking about killing themselves because that's how bad the game was and how they didn't want to make it, and the workplace was just that bad. We're kind of. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go.
I was just gonna say, like, I'm kind of getting off topic, but it just boils all down to, like, as much as I love the Riot Games acquisition of Hytale and Hipixel, I think it's gonna be great for Hipixel, but I don't know. After hearing you guys all speak, it's definitely, something that worries me for sure.
I'm
Colin?
just waiting for the fishing game.
No, true.
No, I'm honest to God scared that's gonna happen now. Like, Riot Games might be no, like earlier or later last year, they released all these trailers for all these different kinds of fighting game, like
That's
a side-scrolling fighting game. Yeah, I know. It's all real. It's like side-scrolling fighting game based on Runeterra, like Valorant, Legends of Runeterra, like a card game. They really are just dipping all their fingers in all these different little game puddles. And they're like, I'm going to be in all of these at once. Yeah. And now you see them buying companies for the first time ever. So
No, that's actually incorrect. In
Oh,
2016, they bought Rising Thunder, which was the plane
how's
game.
that?
It was World of Tanks' competition.
Oh,
You might have seen ads for
No,
it.
I
literally
played
Oh
it.
everywhere.
God, that was old.
You mean War Thunder?
Never.
No, Rising Thunder.
Hell
It's-
War or what
It's
the hell is right?
it's not in the game got canceled.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
But
Well, now you see them doing it again, and it's right
Uh
after
oh.
this- I know, and it's
That's
like
just-
it's right after this huge like release of all their games.
But
like-
Colin, you were gonna say something?
I was just gonna say that you mentioned Mass Effect, but you got to remember that's the same company who made Anthem.
We're gonna talk about Anthem.
No,
I
we're
don't.
not.
I'd rather.
We'll see.
I don't know.
Actually,
We already strayed
Anthem-
to
Anthem
Andromeda,
2 is
No
the
Man's
thing.
Sky.
Anthem 2 is the thing. I'm excited for it.
No, it's
I've
not.
played
Nico-
Anthem.
Nico,
Anthem
who are
2
you
is not
gonna
a
main?
thing.
Yeah, it is.
Hold on, I'm looking this up. There's no. They,
Oh,
they, they literally
Pains in disbelief.
abandoned development on Anthem 1. Why would they make an Anthem 2? That
The
doesn't
game
even
came
make
out,
Because they
sense.
dude.
wanted to make it better.
Yeah, Nico, they promised updates forever.
Oh yeah, no.
But EA was like, oh yeah, look at this
That's
train
not
wreck dumpster fire of a game.
That's the worst
Yo,
promise.
never
That's
mind.
the worst promise a game company can make, to be honest.
So okay, so what I'm reading here is Anthem 2.0. It's basically a massive patch to overhaul the game. It's not Anthem 2. They're not putting out another $60 dumpster fire.
Is there gonna be a battle pass?
I
the whole-
sure hope so.
The game is a $60 battle pass.
How else am I supposed to get skins?
Oh, Jesus.
But
Hey,
does anybody-
hey, Nico, who are you gonna main in the Riot Games Battle Royale whenever it comes out?
Ooh.
Dibs on Swain.
Are they League of Legends characters?
I don't know, man.
Can I play as
Probably.
a little legend?
Probably Aatrox still.
Aatrox.
Yeah.
Riven
So
main.
is there anything else that anybody wants to say regarding Hypixel?
Yeah.
Hypixel and
I
Riot
have
Games?
the best hopes.
Space?
I'm kind of worried about how they're gonna handle like prices and stuff. Because with my experience, I've only played Riot Games wise League of Legends and Teamfight, and most of the microtransactions are aesthetics and not like things that'll help you in game. But with MMOs, like I don't know
Yeah.
if they're gonna change that because I don't believe there's that much aesthetic things that you can put a transaction on. God, I can't speak in an
Microcrayon.
MMO.
That's
So
Brennan.
my response to that is Guild Wars 2. They have an entire it is well an example of what they can do as far as monetization in an MMO is, for instance, in Guild Wars 2, there's premium skins, and then you have other regular skins. You can also buy boosters too, not direct, you can't pay money and buy items, but it's you get an experience booster, you get a luck booster, you get a mining booster or gathering booster and all that in the Guild Wars 2 gem store. You can also unlock more character slots, more bank slots, more bag slots, so you can carry more things. That's actually worked pretty well for ArenaNet so far. Guild Wars 2 is still alive, so there's that. They're planning on making another expansion. That's a big surprise.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's probably going to be the monetization path they take, unless they do just do like pay to win, which apparently, according to some people, the Hypixel server is like you spend money on like items.
Yeah, playing on Hypixel, you can pay for pretty much better classes in their mini games. So
I mean-
it kind of suck if like an MMO class, like if you want to play a mage, you have to pay an extra $10.
Well, that sounds like Neverwinter, which failed. So
Very
if
true.
if I could step in for a second, you can. They're not really better class on Hypixel because that would break EULA on Minecraft. You can't have any pay to win on Minecraft. So to give an example of this, the server
It's-
Wingcraft had an area where if you bought VIP rank or higher, you were given a special little area. Wingcraft, by the way, is an MMO server, which often is kind of the biggest comparison to Hytale because it's the only like big time Minecraft MMO that already exists. So they had an area where VIP and MVP plus players could go, and there was nothing you could do there. You could buy like a special mount that was available to players outside of that area, whatever. It was just basically a small gathering place for players who were of that same rank in amongst the server. So that actually, even that was counted as pay to win because you were paying money to get to an area that other players weren't allowed to go to. And even something as that, even though they got no advantage over the players who didn't pay money, that was still considered pay to win. So a lot of the things on Hypixel may seem like pay to win, but they kind of find ways around it by, oh, it's achievable for the normal player to get that special item, but you know, you got to play like 42,000 matches and log on the second Saturday of every third month to get
It's
that.
like Battlefront 2.
It's like, yeah.
So
Battlefront 2 is sick.
So as far as
the original Battlefront,
Oh, okay.
it's flashbacks.
but so going back to that whole point of like how like the monetization is going to go on Hytale, this isn't Minecraft. They can go fucking wild with
Yeah,
the
it's their own
monetization.
game.
It's their own game. They don't need to follow Minecraft EULA anymore. Meaning, I can guarantee you there were times where Hypixel, I mean, they're already really sleazy with their sales, which seem to never end. It's like, oh yeah, like 90% off the summer sale forever, and then it's like December, and they're talking about the summer sale. Because what better way to get people to spend money on your server than to call it a sale?
It's a deal.
It's a deal.
Dude,
It's a steal.
Mom,
You're
we gotta
saving
buy it.
money.
It's on sale.
You're saving money by spending this money.
Exactly. So I think with Hytale, I hope that's an area that Riot Games kind of reels them in. Personally, I think Riot Games monetization is super healthy. It's not pay to win. It's not aggressive at all. And the times where it was aggressive, the community fucking kicked and screamed, and oh wow, change actually happened. Riot is not one of those companies who will say fuck their players because they have the largest fan base of any game, period, and their fans have proven that they will walk away if they don't get what they want.
Yeah, but
like-
with the
Oh,
with the purchasing of all these new IPs, the purchasing the creation of all these new IPs, that's going to open up options. If people are pissed off that League of Legends has a new aggressive sales system, well, I don't need your sales. I'm making money off of skins in Valorant. Screw you guys.
I disagree.
CS:GO
That's-
skins all over again.
Yeah, I
Oh,
know.
no.
That's what I'm worried about.
I think
I had to call it out.
I hope that Riot Games, because like, their whole aspect of like the way they monetize their game was strict like vanity rules and nothing outside of that. It's like for example, like Riot Games there was a skin for Brand, Zombie Brand, that like his animation would change when you're walking to someone in a bush where you couldn't see them, and it signified that someone was there, and that was just like that was a skin. They permanently banned it from any sort of competitive play, and then they patched it later, and then reopened it. It's like, so that company is extremely good about keeping their shit together, and hopefully that they have some sort of influence on Hypixel if Hypixel is going to be trying to do a pay to win thing. But they've been doing the thing on Minecraft for so long. I'm guessing they've learned something at some point. Like people
Hopefully.
don't like pay to win.
And
That's
something
a
I'll
thing.
add. Something I'll add to what Nico's saying is, at the end of the day, both these companies are owned by Tencent. Hypixel and Riot are both owned by Tencent. Tencent in China specifically are like fucking crazy about monetization, like, and just pay to win and all that. In China, like loot boxes are like monitored by the government. You have to release all the odds of all the loot boxes and all those really shitty gacha games on mobile. China, I'm actually giving praise to China right now. Holy shit. They do a really good job at making sure people aren't getting fucked over by all these gacha games. Because it's a real problem that isn't addressed enough, in my opinion. As far as like the scamming that goes on mobile games and even loot crates and all that. But does anybody else want to chime in on the Hypixel Riot games?
China number one.
Oh my god.
It's Taiwan number one. But
Actually, Riot Games has a new office in Singapore too.
really,
I did hear about that.
Yep.
Yeah, a new headquarters.
I just want servers in California again that aren't the PvE servers. That's all I want.
True.
I want ping that's 20. I don't want 70.
So before we get off the topic, I'm gonna go down the list of you guys, and the question is, Riot Games buying Hypixel, good or bad? Matt, take us away.
Personally, it depends on the circumstances that they put the people at Hypixel under, and vice versa as well. But for me, I think it could be a good thing. It just all depends.
Brandon.
I'm gonna say that it's good. I'm gonna just put faith in it and say that it's good because Riot is generally good about making their games and keeping them running well, so I've got good faith in it.
Okay. Rose.
I'm a little indifferent. I just kind of have to see, how it goes and then form opinion along the way, I guess.
Good or bad? Good or bad?
Good or bad?
Hopefully good.
Good or bad?
I feel you. Space trash.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I feel like either way, it's good for Hypixel because they're getting something out of it. But for the players, I'm leaning more towards a bad side because they're gonna be able to give more microtransaction like options.
Okay. Kai.
I don't really have any I just kind of like went on and agreed with a lot of stuff, and just I just like to hear other people's opinions on things. And I just like to hear other people's views on.
Hell yeah. Nico.
I'm a Riot Games fanboy. I will always be a Riot Games fanboy. I have faith in
Simp.
Riot Games. Simp. I'm a Riot Games simp.
Oh Jesus.
You heard it here first.
Oh no.
I think Riot Games is going to do a wonderful job. Like I read an article during the podcast, and it's like Riot Games is advising, like they are helping. So that might change a little things, but I think they're going to be nothing but good for the game. So good, yes, big thumbs up.
Triangle.
I'm just gonna say that it's a good thing.
Good.
Worrisome.
If I'm going off of the conspiracy, then it's a bad thing. The second I see them acquire like Fishing Sim World Pro Tour, then like, not good, dude.
Colin.
I would have liked it to seen it stay as an indie game, but at the end of the day, it's better for them as a whole just because they have more options, and it's better because it'll be something to compare Minecraft to and hopefully be a competitor in some way, shape, or form.
So I'm also gonna say good, and the reason being is because now that they have money, all the things that they may have had to budget previously, they can kind of explore more freely. And like most games that get more funding, it will also more than likely come out sooner than probably expected. And yeah, I just think that's good for both companies. But like Colin, I wish it had stayed indie as well. All right, moving on.
It is.
Reopening America.
All right, I'm gonna check out for this one, but
Buckle in, kids.
I'm a head out.
I'm ready. Get
Okay.
it.
So, let me just first state again. I obviously stated this already before the podcast started. Please be respectful of others' opinions. If someone has a different opinion than you, like, don't be rude. Don't throw a tantrum. We're all friends here. Let's what I mean. Just respect everyone. We're all different people. Odds are we're gonna probably have different opinions. So, hell yeah, let's do it.
Can't do it.
So, reopening America, to give you guys a very, very, very brief rundown of what this is, because obviously it's still a very developing story. Reopening America has to do with the COVID-19 virus that's been affecting, I'm assuming, everyone's life on this podcast in one way or another. And the whole reopening title is basically just everything in the United States is closed currently, and President Donald Trump wants to reopen the country, reopen the stores, reopen the theaters, get people back working, get people back in school if school's not already out where you are, get people back in college, get summer semesters on the roll, just kind of get things back on track to not only help the U.S. economy, but help all those people who just need a job and need money to survive. To add to this, this is a very hotly debated thing because there's a lot of state and local governments who disagree with the idea of reopening the country this early and say that we should be locked down for at least a couple more months. So the president is kind of he's leaving it to state and local government. And letting it be their decision. And to my knowledge, there's 3 to 4 states who are making plans to reopen their stores and just start functioning again as they typically would. So again, respect everyone's opinions, and I would just love to see where you guys stand regarding all this. And please, let's not try and stray too far down the political spectrum. We're talking about the reopening of America and COVID-19. Matt.
All right. So first off, while you were going through that, I was actually reading a couple of articles and such that they're actually not planning on just doing it at like a basis of just if you want to be open or not. They're actually taking it in phases, and so the whole like no more than 10 people in a building kind of thing, they're going to slowly move that to like 50 people in a building kind of thing, and then they're finally going to be like, hey, you can go thing, but just be careful. And along with everything else like that, I do think it would be practical to open the stores back up again, because man, I'm trying to go pick up some gummy worms at Walmart at midnight. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. But along with everything else, it's more or less the basis of if America does take it to a point of seriousness where it does affect everybody on a certain scale, then it could be a very good thing to open like stores back up, open restaurants back up and such. But there's no way to tell if it's too soon, so it's just kind of like be safe about it. And I do think that's a very strange idea, not something I would do, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Brandon?
It is what it is.
My thoughts on it is that it's a little too early to do all of this, and I kind of don't agree with it at all. I'm not a big fan of this all starting so soon. We need to make sure that we have like some kind of cure or vaccine in place before we start letting people back out into the wild, because it's not going to get any better if everybody keeps passing it to each other. But again, that's kind of my own opinion on it.
Kai?
I feel like people like I feel like it's a good idea, but also a really bad idea, because personally, if you've got people like me, I'm a really unhealthy immune system. I'm just deteriorating from the inside out. So I feel like we need to have something that could like some kind of like vaccine or some kind of medicine, something that somebody was to get infected while they were out and about and all of that stuff. And people right now already aren't taking like the rules seriously. So if they try to like soften the rules about it, people are just going to not follow them to a whole new extent. So I guess there's some kinds of um there are some aspects of it I agree, but I don't. So
Okay. Rose?
So, I mean, I have a grandmother who's 97 years old, and the scariest thing is like thinking that if things open up too soon, and too soon is such a broad term, but it's like I don't want to lose my grandma, you know? But the thing is, it makes sense to like leave it up to individual states. I feel because every state's in a different like spot with this, but I don't know. You can never be too careful, but then people are gonna be like wanting their freedoms back to go live their lives, which it's hard on everyone staying home and not being able to see certain people and certain family, but it's working so far, and I feel like they've said it on TV, and it's a really good point that it's not the time to loosen up just because we're seeing a flattening. It's time to still keep with what we're doing that's working until it's more of a surefire, like safe, more so at least than it is right now.
Okay. Space?
All right. I'll try and keep it short, but feel free to tell me to stop talking. Since I work at Walmart, I've been experiencing how this has effect on workers, and right now we're just passing the peak, and it's starting to go down in infection rate. And us getting lax on the rules could cause that to shoot back up. But I've seen how customers interact and how they just blatantly ignore like simple things like keep approximately 6 feet away from each other to not spread the infection, don't cough. Like, I've had customers come and cough in my face while they're asking me questions. It's a tax on the workers and the people that are in the store. It just puts everyone at way more risk than they need. So I feel like we need to keep the rules strict while it's on the decline, and then when it eventually starts to flatten out where we're only getting a few infections every once in a while and we're still able to keep it down without having to worry about this being a pandemic, we should be able to open things back up, but we shouldn't open them up all at once. It should be gradual so that it can still have time to die off, because we're still going to be getting cases for a while.
So, quick question about what you said about you have workers coming in, whatever. Wait till the curve is flattening. Now, so let's say people are sick, right, and they're staying home, and we wait another 2 months. Those people, if a cure isn't found, will still be sick. So when things start reopening, like, they're gonna be, you know what I mean? The curve is gonna kind of be bumped back up anyway. Now, if you know what I mean. If not, I can explain further.
Yeah, no matter what we do when we open stuff back up, the curve's gonna jump up. But the longer we wait, it's not gonna jump up as much. The virus, unless you are immune compromised or of elderly or an infant, it only stays in your system for on average 2 weeks, but it can last up to a couple months. We don't really have a vaccine or a magic medicine that's going to take it away, but time right now is the best thing we have.
Nico?
Hey, uh, so I'm a bit torn, to be honest. So like before this whole thing happened, I just kind of wanted to let it run its course through the country, so everyone can have the antibodies and let it be a done deal. Yeah, that's how I viewed it. And then as I saw how serious it was and like how many people were dying, how it was affecting people, I started to like obviously sympathize with other human beings a bit more instead of just like thinking in a more selfish way, I guess. So I understand the quarantine and why people want to keep the longevity of it going a bit longer to try and flatten that curve so that when we do bump back up, it's at a lower infection rate in general. I get it, and I understand the science and I understand the thought process behind it, but I really want to go outside. So if California like does, I mainly I hope that everyone learned from it and is taking stuff a bit more seriously. Obviously, some people did, and there's always that minority that, like what he said, like will cough in your face, and not follow the 6 feet apart rule. It's like if we do open back up, I think those regulations they'll be put in place, and it shouldn't just be like a swift opening. Maybe we should go back to like the. It's like yeah, go ahead, go outside, hang out with your friends, take the precautionary measures, but once you're in a store or a public environment, like wash your hands more often, take 6 feet apart. So I think certain regulations should still be kept in place, but it shouldn't be open completely as much as I want it to be. Like in my heart, I say fuck it, open United States, but I understand from other people's perspective why that would not be a good idea.
Now, do you believe it should remain on a state-to-state basis?
Like someone said earlier, it is different for every state, but since we're such a cohesive unit, because like when it says opening the states, that means like we're allowed to leave the state and enter a new area, right?
No, like when it.
I know
is, like,
it means
opening
everything.
stores.
Yeah, it's gonna function as normal
Yeah.
as it was before.
Yeah. Do you believe like that should be a governor's decision, or do you think it should be the federal government's decision?
I think
Like-
going state by state is fine. It kind of causes that like state segregation that you don't want, kind of like makes it seem that each state's a different country. But if that's all you can do, go ahead and open it on a state by state basis. If not, keep the whole country on lockdown. But
I'll just blame it on
I think the state by state basis is fine. I think it's fine.
Okay. Now, probably in my opinion, the most unique perspective on all this, because Triangle in Finland, there hasn't been any like crazy lockdowns, have there?
Yeah, no, there haven't been any like super crazy lockdowns.
So like GameStop and shit is still open, and like, wait, you
I
don't
don't
have
fu-
GameStop, right?
We don't have a GameStop in
Oh,
my city.
shit! What the fuck is
In
here?
his city, there
There's-
exists in
there's-
Finland.
There is
Where are
GameStop.
you supposed to buy your DS games?
All right. So
Different
just,
game store.
Order.
I guess as an outsider looking in, what is your whole stance on everything? And do you believe, like, living somewhere where there isn't a lockdown and your family is allowed to go to work and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, do you believe that the U.S. should be reopening, or do you think that it should remain closed?
I actually don't know because as I've heard, like the curve has started to like slow down, and like if we just open everything back up, there is a chance that it's gonna go back up like very wildly, which is a bad thing. But at the same time, from what I've heard, um, like people aren't making money, and like people are having a like a bad time to survive and to make money, and if America opens up and people like can like go to work again and make money, then that's a plus because everybody needs money to survive. But at the same time, there's that Corona thing. So I don't really know what to say about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what was your kind of final like? Do you think the state should reopen, or do you think they should remain closed, kind of to like keep the curve flattened, or
I'm saying I don't know.
no? Fair
I
enough.
really can't decide.
Nico.
So like opening the states back up would be better for the infrastructure of the country, but is it worth the risk? That's kind of like the pros and cons. It's like there's benefits to both, like mitigation of the disease. Then there's also like functionality of the country, because sitting in quarantine for so long is going to put us in jeopardy of other situations, obviously. So
Yeah,
that's something governments and states have to think about.
Yeah. I mean, just as long as people aren't stupid and don't go like coughing in like other people's faces and like.
But they exist.
Well, I was about to say we're America. We're not the smartest country in the world.
Yeah.
Nope. I mean, we're not stupid.
Yeah, we're not.
Well,
but
We're stupid enough that our
there's the gems.
Warrison.
Well, like space, I am also in the whole like kind of like grocery store environment. It's more of just like a local thing. It's like a Kroger, if you guys have those. So what I've been witnessing is like, I don't know, people kind of keeping their distance, wearing the masks. A lot of people wear okay, so I'm gonna say something. One thing I've noticed a lot with masks that people do that doesn't make any sense to me is they touch it like a lot, and like that's the whole point, is like to not touch your face. I don't know. Anyways, but the whole like opening the state borders and like all the stores and stuff. Maybe you started smaller and you open like some of the smaller stores, maybe more essential things that maybe I don't know how to say it, like stores that aren't like essential but are like a little bit more essential than like maybe like a video game store or something. Maybe like
Restaurants, hardware stores,
yeah,
stuff like
maybe,
that.
yeah. Stuff like that. I just have like a little bit of a, I guess, biased opinion because I'm still working and so I don't have like no job right now. But I guess in my opinion, I would just leave it as is and just kind of chill and just see where it goes for like maybe a month and then check back.
So my question for you, Warrison, because you brought up the whole aspect of opening up more businesses that are semi-essential but not essential, maybe as much as the ones we currently have open. So my issue with that, or my question rather, is who decides really what should be open and what shouldn't be open? So what I mean by this is, let's say we open one type of store but not another store. So that store is allowed to open and start getting customers and make money again, while that other store that still needs to be open, still needs to pay its bills, etc., 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 is still stays closed.
Yeah, fuck them. No, I'm just kidding.
Harsh.
No. Yeah, see, that's where I don't really know too much. I just kind of like was saying something so I would have something to say because I really don't know.
I'm sorry for putting you on blast.
Put him on the spot. Put him on the spot.
Yeah, just put me on the spot. Put me on the spot. Put me on the spot.
Rapid fire
Please.
question.
Yeah, fucking, I don't know, dude. Just keep it out. In the end, I'll just kind of go with the whole like maybe keep as is. Just kind of wait a little bit longer. I think it's a little too early to start saying maybe we should start opening when it feels like we just closed everything. I don't know. I think it's still very fresh for everyone as the whole like quarantine stuff has happened. Like some schools like are still open in like certain parts of the country, and I don't know. I feel like it's just a little too early.
Colin?
So the whole states thing makes sense from our current government's standpoint, because obviously it's a little more Republican sided. So, and they tend to prefer smaller government ideas and more state controlled systems. So with that makes sense. I believe that in some parts of the country, maybe you could potentially open up, maybe with parts of the country where there's a little bit more like land spreading people apart. But like in New York, no, don't do that. So I can see that being okay. But at the same time, even companies that are working from online, they're still taking big hits because they can't make nearly as much money as they could, more than likely operating from their actual offices. And that needs to stop in some way, or it needs to be kind of corrected somehow. I don't have an answer for that. But in that way, I believe that our primary government should be taking care of that piece. But the choice of actually opening up a state should, I think, be up to them.
Oh Jesus, it's my turn.
Give us the hot take. We always have a hot take.
Yeah, this one can be real
Exactly.
fucking hot.
But
God.
is it
Okay.
as spicy as his tip take?
So, where to begin? Wow, there's not a single person for reopening, is there? Oh shit.
I'm
I didn't say
50-50.
I
Fuck it.
I
I'll change
want-
it. Reopen.
Okay.
No,
I'm for it, but it all depends on how people take care of themselves.
So,
I want it.
all right.
but-
So let me start by saying that I strongly disagree with the ideology that it should be on a state by state basis. So let me begin by saying I disagree with it because we live in such a volatile country when it comes to politics that it really pains me to say that there are some states that benefit politically from remaining closed, that opening may not benefit them politically. And I mean, we live in a country where both sides, Republican and Democrat, will do anything to maintain power. And I don't put it by any of our elected politicians to keep the state locked, prevent people from working, and starve to death before they lose their political seats. So with that being said, I think it should rely on the federal government to reopen all the states at once or none at all. Because then we have Massachusetts is open, even though Massachusetts is going to be one of the last people open. And New Hampshire is not open. Then we have a mass exodus of people from Massachusetts going to New Hampshire because they need to work. They need to live. And if I can work one state over, I'm going to do that. I have to feed my children. I like the stimulus check, which I don't know. Quick show of hands. Who got the stimulus check? Whose family or who got the stimulus check?
Not yet.
Okay, so a couple of you. Not everybody's getting that check, and that's only one check. You can only pay so many bills with that check. You can only feed your family with that, like, so much with that one check. Then there isn't another stimulus check coming. What you got is what you got, and that's it. Do I think that what's going on with coronavirus is really bad? Yes. I think it's horrible. I think there's a lot of lives being lost. But at the same time, people aren't really considering the lives that can be lost from literal starvation. Like, people are, like, literally losing their minds being locked in their houses. Like, it's like this whole, like, sure, we're fixing the problem of spreading the severe, like, this really bad flu, but we're in the meantime we're creating 12 others. Like, the economy's down, jobs are like abysmally down. The country is literally falling apart around us. So then it's like, okay, we go another month, and then they get extended another month, and now we're like 2-3 months later. It's like, great, we can all leave our houses to what? You know what I mean? Like, we go back to jobs that don't exist. Like, it's pretty fucking yikes, and it pains me to say it, but like, the country should have been open like a week or two ago. People need to work. which is really ironic coming from the unemployed streamer. But it's just such a obviously it's just my own opinion. And fortunately enough, like my family hasn't been affected too much in the sense of like we're not able to pay our bills or anything like that, whatever. But I know people personally who need to go to work, and those people got the stimulus check, but again, it only gets them so far, and the government's already said they're not getting another one, and you know, we're killing the economy already more. Like we're like $7 trillion in debt, and this is just gonna, I think right away, this put us another 2 or 3 trillion in debt overnight. I mean, we almost doubled the debt in the span of a couple months. Something that we've been accumulating for like 100+ years, we're literally doubling in the span of months.
How about that 401k?
That's
Hard.
the 401k. Yeah, that's another thing. Like 401ks are gone. Like in 20-30 years, when our generation is retiring, sorry, we won't be able to retire because we're gonna have no money put away because it's all gonna be gone. Everything will just be gone, and I really don't want to make the take of, yeah, this is bad, but like the flu happens every single year. But it's getting to a point where like, what else is there to say other than that?
Just don't be a Dr. Phil, okay?
No, I'm not.
Please.
I'm not at
Please
all.
Don't be a Dr. Phil.
Kai?
I feel like since the start, like everybody knew that this was gonna be like bad, I guess, but I feel like ever since the start, this has been taken way too seriously. Like, there's been huge corporations that have shut down that are like film state, and it's causing not only the state to deteriorate, but the people who live in it as well. Like, and like what you were saying about jobs and people losing money, they've shut down way too many things. Like, they shut down stuff that didn't need to be shut down. And I think it's stupid because there are things that people need to do, and there are people that actually need to work. And if people can't go to work, and like they provide for people, and they're also providing for themselves. So I feel like if we can still ensure like social distancing so that people can be away from each other so that they don't get infected, then we should be of stuff.
So, kind of segueing off of your point, Kai, that's actually a really good point. Like, on top of like, it kind of goes back to what I was saying about jobs that will no longer exist. Something that pops into my head was a couple months ago, around the time of PAX East. Chinatown was a huge focus in my state. It was back when Asian racism was at its fucking peak, and there was all sorts of videos of Asian Americans getting beat to death in the streets and shit. Really, really, really yikes shit. And I remember the mayor of Boston coming out and just, he was simping hard, and obviously it was for personal gain because he makes money off of all those businesses. But Chinatown in Boston, it's gone. It will literally be gone after this whole epidemic. The amount of business owners who just had to pack their shit and just couldn't pay rent, couldn't afford their business anymore because no one was going to Chinatown. Everyone was just like, oh, yikes, Chinatown? Coronavirus? Yeah, fuck no. So business, because it was down so much, and you guys can double check this if you want, 70% of all Chinese business owners had to close shops in Chinatown and Boston. And keep in mind, this was months before the lockdown. It's
ridiculous.
So, and that's just one very small minority in the United States. That's not counting for all the other countless fucking business. And like Kai mentioned, the large companies the larger companies who should be able to sustain this, who even they aren't. Not even counting the small business owners who go 1 month without business. A large company can survive 3. Like, Companies that have billions in savings can go 3 months tops. A small business, tell them to close their shop for a couple weeks, they're done. They're gone. That family mom and pop restaurant that you saved your entire life to open, gone. All because you're told that you can't open up your restaurant. And this is what I meant by, yes, loss of life is extremely important, and we should be protecting those people as much as possible. But I feel like we can reopen everything and also curb the spread at the same time. It's not impossible to do both. Will when we open everything again, will the curve begin to go up? Yes. But will we see it go up at the alarming rate it was in the beginning? No. You want to know why? Because everyone will be walking around scared shitless. Like, let's say everything gets reopened tomorrow, and all 10 of us were to go outside. Do you think all of us are just going to walk around all willy-nilly, fucking Walmart, fucking coughing and sneezing like we would, 6 months ago? Fuck no. Everyone's going to be on edge like crazy. Everyone's going to be super on edge. So you reopen everything to give people the option, to let it be their choice to go out shopping. Let it be their choice to go to work. And kind of put it more so on us as people rather than just, oh, well, the government told me to stay inside. Well, I gotta do what the government says. Like, we're not space trash.
All right, so I don't want to invalidate the people losing their businesses. That's a completely terrible thing, and I understand that happened before all of this quarantine stuff started. But now that the quarantine is in place, there is measures to prevent that from happening to businesses that are closed down specifically because of the quarantine. Right now, in effect, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that there is an order where landlords and owners of property cannot evict you, and your utilities as well cannot be shut off for the people that can't make money. And I understand that opening everything would give everyone their jobs back, but the majority of the percent, you're right, will be walking around super scared and caring a lot about keeping themselves safe. But there's still a large group of people, even if it is a minority, that isn't going to frankly care at all and just live their normal lives without a fear in the world of the virus, because they think that it's just like an average flu, which it is, but we have a cure for the flu.
We don't.
We don't. We have a vaccine.
It's a vaccine.
A vaccine's a moderate
I
dosage
misspoke.
of vaccine's a moderate dosage of the flu, and it doesn't work 50% of the time.
We have stuff to combat the flu.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
That's a better wording. My bad.
I mean, so to your point about the rent, that's true for some places. I know, for example, where I live currently, that's not the case. We still have to pay rent every month. Same for our utilities. I pay a fatty phone bill every month. That's, Sprint's not just giving me a wave because coronavirus. They're like, yeah, no, you're still giving us $150 whether you like it or not.
True.
So,
And
Brandon?
yeah, okay.
Did you say me?
Yeah.
I said Brandon.
Okay, yeah. There's a difference between the required services and the actual rent. So you cannot be that it's a federal order right now that you cannot be evicted and that you cannot have your things closed. However, if you don't pay it during this time, they can't evict you, they can't turn off your utilities. But the second that this is all over, they'll do that to you. You still have to pay rent. They're still expecting you to pay rent. That's the loophole, is that they can't evict you right now.
Yeah, it's going to be
They
all
can.
called back when this is over.
Yeah, like as soon as this is over with, if you missed half of a payment of rent, they're going to evict you because they can now. It's just that for the time being, they can't shut off your utilities, they can't evict you. you can call the police and they can stop them if they're trying to evict you. Like that's it right now it's against the law to do that. It's some protection clause that was
Yes.
called in play.
So that's another thing going back to my sprint bill. So I could, in theory, not pay my sprint bill, but it doesn't like. I mean, at the end of the day, however many times I miss that bill, I still have to pay them that money. The only thing is I can't accumulate debt, and they can't charge interest on those payments. So like, let's say my bill is
Well-
150 and I don't pay it this month, and then I don't pay it next month either. That's still 300.
Well,
But
that's talking about a non-necessary service. When we're talking about utilities, we're not talking about your cell phone.
But I'm
Your
yeah,
cell
what
phone
I'm-
is required.
But what I'm saying is that is what cell phone companies are doing. Like they can't.
That's
It's
Good.
universal interest. Like they can't charge interest on that because of coronavirus. I'm not talking about essentials or anything like that.
Yeah. But I think there's also a to add on for businesses. There's a separate stimulus package just for businesses and business owners,
that got
so that way
declined.
they can stay in business.
That got declined.
No, we got declined.
Yeah. Not to get too political, but we can thank Nancy Pelosi for that. Kai.
Thanks, Nancy.
I'm gonna have to leave this early. I just got a call from my dad. I have to go and pick up my sister and drive her back to her house. And she got in a car, like a minor car wreck.
Jesus. Hope everything's okay. Yeah. No problem.
Yeah, prayers for your family. Yeah.
Stay safe.
Yeah.
Drive
Alright. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Love you, bye.
Nico, work your magic.
You go work your magic. Okay.
Can never achieve 10.
Okay, Buma. Can never achieve 10.
Every time someone leaves, everyone take a drink.
I got it. I got vodka.
Power
Me,
some water.
Me, I was about to say me and Nico, but even Nico
Kinda
didn't
illegal.
say the fully one time.
I got
I'm gonna-
tattoo ink mixed with hydrogen peroxide.
me
Oh,
with 9
no.
shots around me.
I am a child.
All right. Anyways, getting back on track.
Yeah, as for the thing, it's just a matter of like, does reopening the entire country put us in a larger jeopardy than not reopening the country? Like, it's just a matter of mitigating the damage at this point, and I feel like opening the entire country would be the better.
Yeah, worst of two evils situation.
Yeah, the worst of two evils. If we're to quote The Witcher here, yeah.
To go back to the business thing, the small business stimulus was actually approved. The business stimulus was approved, but it dried up incredibly quickly. It is almost it's pretty much out already, but
okay.
it did exist.
My bad. I
So-
know I had heard that it got shot down when they went to redraft the bill. Maybe what I meant to say was that they made it significantly smaller than what had originally been.
Yeah, that it was more. It pretty much lasted like a few days. Sorry, I'm suspicious with my chair. How you guys doing?
Okay, so moving on, we're gonna run down everyone and the like before we move on. Actually, does anybody want to say anything else regarding this? And just kind of. Okay, I'll say one last thing before I propose the final question on the topic. Something that someone in my Twitch stream brought up yesterday was the divide in the states. Or maybe it was on this podcast, dude. Holy shit, my dementia. Which was the idea that if we leave it up to states, it just further creates divide. And to elaborate on that, I go back to my example of, let's say Massachusetts was open, but New Hampshire stayed closed. That would create a lot of annoyance between individual states and local governments. And that was an aspect I didn't consider. Yes, state and local governments are their own entity, but in a situation as that's as magnitude as this. Holy shit, my English. It shouldn't be left to the smaller state local governments, just because of how monolith of decision this is.
Well, sadly, it has to.
I
The
mean,
federal government cannot do that. It's not within their power.
I mean,
They literally. There's nothing they can. Trump already tried.
you're not wrong.
That's what
Okay,
it got
fair,
denied.
fair.
Yeah, local government. You can't do anything about it, man.
I thought that like federal could say to open everything up, like they can release
did.
the restriction,
Yeah,
but
they can
states can
set the
still
guidelines.
reduce it.
They
Exactly.
already did.
Okay.
That's the
That's
whole.
They
fine.
can completely close their borders if
That's
they want.
the whole reopening America thing.
Yeah.
Trump came out either yesterday or the day before, and he said exactly that. Like, we're leaving it up to states. Like, we believe that the curve is flattened enough to where we believe that it's safe enough to where we could start reopening the country, and now it's all up to states. So we are now living in a world where Massachusetts could be closed till December, and every other state could be open. That is literally the reality that we live in now. It is totally out of Trump's hands now. All he could do is allocate funds to those states, provide them aid, help them along. But at the end of the day, it's all up to states.
I ain't looking for AIDS.
True.
Same, dude. No thanks.
I'll take a hard pass.
Dude.
So, last thing on this subject before we move on to something else is the question of, should we reopen? Yes or no? Matt.
All right, so at the end of the day, everybody did make a very valid point, and I'm not going to disagree with anybody. I'm just kind of a free-floating source here, but in my personal experience and opinion, is that we can only blame this on one person itself, and that's Carol Baskin. I'm just playing, not like that.
Fuck that,
But anyway,
bitch.
fuck Carol Baskin. Anyway, but no, aside from the fact that opening and not opening the states could cause a lot of controversy in the infrastructure, like Nico and Space were saying. But along with the lines of not opening anything, it could prevent a lot of, let's say, like problems along the way, finding a way or a vaccine out of this whole mess, or a bunch of other problems that could start from a simple fix we could have made in the beginning. You know what I mean?
I feel.
But as
Brandon?
far as it goes,
Oh.
fuck Carol Baskin.
Oh wait, so did you say open or close?
Personally, I would say let's keep it closed until further notice of shit dying down.
Okay, Brendan.
I just want to keep it closed. It's too early, and something that Space Trash said earlier was that a minority of people who will act like nothing's different and who will they alone can infect the people who are trying to be careful, and that can ruin it for everybody. So I say keep it closed until we have some kind of fix for it.
Rose.
I think you made a really good point as to why we should reopen sooner rather than later in terms of jobs and definitely the economy. Like, since the beginning of this, everybody knew the economy was gonna take a shit. But I mean, just talking personally, I'd be scared because I mentioned my grandma, and a lot of my relatives are within the range of danger if they were to catch it. So that's kind of where that comes from for me. So in the long run, I think we're gonna have to open soon, but personally, I'd say keep closed for now.
Space Trash.
My closing statement would be, personally, I think it should be kept closed at least for a little while. And when it's opened, I feel like it should be throttled so it's not all at once.
Okay, Nico.
Open.
Triangle.
No.
Sorry, I'm making the overlay. I'm making the overlay.
Nice.
Yeah, no problem. Warrior Son.
I forgot what I said earlier, dude.
Capri Sun.
It's something about
Come
Capri
on.
Sun.
Fuck, dude.
Remember.
Close. Yeah, that's right. That's what I said. I said close.
Colin.
Keep it closed for a little bit while longer, then reopen it.
And I'm open. All right. Moving on.
Boys.
Hell
yeah. Big conversations.
Yeah.
My
We did
brain.
good, boys.
The
Proud of you guys. Pat
intensity.
yourselves on the back. No one was mean to each other.
Dude, I'm not meant to.
Fuck you.
As much as I
about
wanted to
serious
be.
things for this
Jesus,
long.
calm down. All right. The podcast
Jesus
isn't over, guys.
Christ.
We're still live, okay?
Oh no.
Carol Baskin's fault. Okay.
Do I need to put on my big boy jorts?
God,
All the things. What jorts, man?
my one brain
Dude,
cell is.
listen.
Why not shorts, man?
All right.
Dude,
So, next.
Don't even talk shit on my jorts, dude.
Oh,
At least they're not cut off.
Everyone,
Dude,
everyone
not
needs a
cut
little
off.
Shorts are
legends.
sick.
I'm talking shit on my
Comedic
jorts.
The goddamn legend.
Fucking
The
George.
fuck? You gonna fight?
Alright. So, moving on to the next topic, religion in video games. All right, so I'm gonna do the best I can to run with this topic. I may toss it over to Brandon for maybe a better analysis of how this topic should go. So leaving it up to interpretation, religion in video games. How do I want to do this? So basically, just how religion has influenced gaming and just like the minute things in gaming. So to give an example, maybe the religious aspect of the example that Nico provided off stream or off podcast, which was the praise the sun and Dark Souls. Obviously, there's religious influence in that and that whole aspect of the Souls game.
Yes.
Well, I mean, no, I mean that is a religion within like the Souls lore and stuff. It has to be, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
I'm not gonna say Brandon's example because that's
I made him angry. I'm sorry.
you didn't anger me. It was like you
It's a
may
little
have
too
provided
deep.
the most extreme example possible.
Can I hear it?
Do you want to hear it?
No, we'll talk about it
Yeah,
off.
repeat it.
You guys could say it,
All
say, it
right.
off say it off of the
Say
podcast
it.
later.
Say it. Say it.
Controversy.
So basically,
Lot of
just
controversy.
religion in gaming and how religion influences or just affects gaming at all. I don't even know how to phrase a question around this.
Good.
Should religion influence gaming, and if so, do you guys believe it has in some games? Matt, take us away.
Alright, I'm gonna be as real as I can. I only play like Mario Kart and the old school like Pokemon games, so I'm not really one for this.
What?
But from
You
what I
don't see
remember, is
Jesus
I
in
think-
Mario Kart?
Alright,
Shrine.
listen here, boys. Until you be flying through the skies in Mario Kart 8, it ain't worth it. Anyway, back to where we were. From what I remember, the games that I played, like Uncharted and such, I believe that there was a basis of like religion in that game. I can't remember all of it. I was really young when I played it. But from what I remember, I think that it is dope. They bring like different styles of religion and such into video games because I myself have done studying of like Buddhism, Hinduism, a bunch of other stuff, Christianity and all that. And I find it really, what's it called? Intriguing that they try and like plot a story that's still really good around something that's so argued upon by the rest of the world, and it brings a lot of people together with a really small like delicacy of taste, you know what I mean?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I don't know. Honestly, I'm just kind of talking.
Oh,
You
So,
were on a
okay,
rant
with-
and then you just boom.
Okay, basically, it's like I find it really intriguing that they put religion into video games. Like, when they look at like a different style of religion that wears, but it's really, really fascinating the way that they make it happen. And I find it dope that it has happened because you do see it like with Dark Souls and everything, like you were talking about. You do see it. It's just how the companies make it play out. So I think they do a really good job at what they do. I'm not going to judge it, but I do believe that religion has changed video games in a way, but not for the bad. If that makes sense.
Do do you think religion should be represented in gaming?
It really depends on the circumstance. You know, I mean, I'm not gonna put a giant cross in the middle of a field of Mario Kart, but
Why?
Stop it.
man.
Stop it.
Why
I'm,
not?
I'm cutting you off, bud.
I'm the host. I will
Stop putting
moderate
me on
myself.
blast, man.
I will moderate you.
Do it.
Nah, I feel you, Matt. Nah, I'm just teasing you.
Got a blast.
No, I know. But it's more or less just the fact of like the way that some games pick it up, like Dark Souls, and more of the like realistic games, they involve a little bit of it. You know, like what the belief of the game is, so like everybody runs on a reason kind of thing. It makes it a lot more intriguing to a player.
okay. Brendan?
So I have two requests. Okay, one, can I go last, and two, can I popcorn it to our game developer friend Colin, I believe his name is, because I want to know what his interest is in it. But like that's my request of you.
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
It's
great
it's your
moderator.
topic. Your topic. It's your topic. So, I'll let you close with it for sure.
Okay, because I want to see what everybody else goes with first, and then I'm
Yeah.
also interested to know. Like, I'm really interested to know what Colin thinks of that.
Okay. Fair enough.
So
Rose.
So I feel like when creating story and world building that you just naturally draw from things you know from life experiences. It's the only way that we can create worlds is because everything is based off of what we've recognized in our own lives. So you see it a lot in like Nintendo games. You see a lot, I'm gonna sound like a weeb, but so much Japanese influence everywhere in Nintendo games. Um, and a lot of that is like shrines, etc. A lot of Animal Crossing has it, which comes directly from like Shinto religion, etc. And there's a lot of cool stuff you could bring with that. If you're building a RPG world and it has a religion, you can pull in various aspects of like history, good and bad, what we've seen in our time to build off of and create a different type. And you're going to see influence everywhere. I don't know if it's like a requirement things have to be represented in games in terms of like you need to show people praying to a certain thing or that this exists in this world. I think it's just a really interesting way to build worlds in games, and it could be a really cool thing.
I actually love your point of the Japanese religion influence in a lot of Japanese-based games. That's something that I really didn't even think about, and something that we in America don't really see in a lot of American games. Like you don't really see a lot of Christianity influence in a lot of American-made games, but in most Japanese games, there's always a nod to their religion. So that's cool. And
Yeah.
another awesome part is our resident Japanese residents. Space Trash. Take it away.
Yeah. So, religion in video games, I feel like most of the time it is done really well. Whether it's a game like Okami, which is based off of just a bunch of Japanese stories, and the entire game itself is based around religion, or in other games where religion can simply just be a character trait or a motive for a character and not kind of influencing the whole story of the game, but just giving depth to parts of the world and characters. I feel like it is good because it allows for more dynamic storytelling and deeper characters so that you know what their beliefs are, as long as it doesn't like push a religion or diminish a religion. Like if the bad guy in a video game say is painted to be Christian, as long as the game isn't bashing Christianity, I feel like it's a good insert as long as it's giving the character dynamic emotions and motives.
Okay. Nico?
I think it's perfectly fine for video games and video game developers to pull inspiration from any sort of religion present in like human society. Uh, I know a lot of games already do it, and those games are usually very good. Personally, I don't care for it. I think it does good things for games. It's like any sort of games, any sort of games that have that aspect to them. I never shun it for it. And I'm like a very non-religious. I'm an atheist. Like I'm very person. So I don't see it ever like. I've never seen a point where it's caused a problem. So I'm all for it. If
Triangle?
someone can name an example of it have ever causing a problem in the video game industry, then I'd be more versed.
Don't you dare bring up your example, Brandon.
I'm waiting.
Don't.
I'd really like to.
I mean, if you just make it more tame than the way you typed it to me, if you are gonna bring that up.
I have another one that's similar but not as
Oh,
harsh.
Jesus Christ. Okay, then just go with the one I already know when I get to you, please. 'cause
Alright,
at least
fine.
that one I already
Okay.
know. Triangle.
Alright.
I don't really like care if there's like religion in games. I mean, sure they can have it, but as long as they make it like actually fit into the game and make it like a good thing, like I don't want to play, say, a prayer simulator where you just sit and pray. That's
Why?
just
How
That
else
sounds
you supposed to
gnarly.
practice?
Support indie developers.
yeah. But no, I mean, as long as they make it like good, they implement it well, they make it tastefully, it's good. But then there's like, say for example, this is just like my thought, but like say like Doom, which revolves around literal demons from hell coming through, and like hell is I can't speak. Hell is tied to religion. So is that basically affected by religion? Doom?
I hate you.
Say.
Oh, is that it?
Is it?
Worrisome.
Is it?
Go.
Oh fuck.
I don't know, dude. I think that it's probably fine as long as they just don't make it dumpy, like real stupid dumpy. Like
I fucking love you, dude.
Thank you.
as long as man, I guess as long as it's not like a dumpy like Minecraft Jesus mod or something like that, I think we're probably fine.
Dude, who remembers the
know.
game House Party?
Oh no.
What?
So, who remembers the game House Party? House Party 2, get on your knees, ... and pray. There you go.
What the
Get
hell?
some Jesus
But
in your heart.
sorry, Worrisome, you were saying?
Sorry.
I don't know. I'm just like I don't really care. I think it's all right. I mean, I don't really have an opinion one way or the other. I just kind of play the game because the game's good, and all of a sudden there's like a shrine or something. I don't really think anything of it. Just kind of go with the flow, you know. It fits the story and it makes sense. Like I don't have any problems with it.
Fair enough.
I'm not gonna go out of my way to add Jesus mods to Minecraft though.
Jesus boss fight.
That's what I'm looking for.
No, no thanks, dude.
Villagers
all
walking
right.
on water.
Colin?
Holy water.
So my, I guess, take on this is that games are and should be considered an art form, and they draw from everyone who works on them. So whether it be a designer, an artist, even a programmer in some instances. But I think that at the same time, maybe some genres of games might draw a little too heavy on certain religions. One of them being like horror games. Typically, you would see a lot of like
That's a good example, actually.
Christianity and like demonic shit going on there, kind of similar to what the whole Doom thing is. But at the same time, in certain worlds, depending on how big they are, the influence and scope of an artist and a game designer, programmer, and everyone on that team will have an effect because there's so many minutia and small details that you won't see most of the time, or you'll just like skip right over that. That there are some forms of good where if the designer or the programmer
That moment
or
when you
anyone on that
realize you
team
never
wants
subbed with your
it
new
to be
card.
there. And an example of a game where I think this is probably most prevalent, I would have to say, is maybe like an Assassin's Creed or in what's it called, like Assassin's Creed Odyssey, because it's a different culture, it's a different religious style to what I think they're used to working with, and it's something that I believe everyone on that team had to kind of learn about, think about, and kind of molded their design to eventually to make a good cohesive story as well as a good cohesive game.
Hell yeah! I was wondering why no one had mentioned Assassin's Creed. I think Assassin's Creed, in my personal opinion, is kind of the best example of religion done right in a game. I mean, anybody who's played Assassin's Creed, I mean, I know Triangle has. Religion is such a huge part of that game. I mean, literally, the whole game is basically saying God doesn't exist. We have creators. Without getting too much into spoilers, we have creators. The creators laid out all these pieces.
Don't spoil
Banned. Like pieces that were created by the gods, and you know, that's just sort of what the whole game revolves around. These things that were created by gods and humans just fighting over control over these god objects, basically.
I mean, it's more of a Matrix at this point, but yeah.
Yeah, no, 100%. But the game's just very religious-y in the sense that it's...
Hidden overlay's done.
All right. Email it to me.
In your Discord DMs.
Dude. All right. But yeah, so the Assassin's Creed very influenced on religion, and they balance it well without they balance fantasy with it in a way that it doesn't piss off really crazy religious types. And I'm sure we can all agree Ubisoft has serious problems with pissing off religious types in a lot of their games. You know, Far Cry 5, we hear you. We get it. But yeah, no, I think religion done in games correctly is great. I'm someone who hates, you know, what's the word? When you're trying to just appeal to a very small audience. I think so. Pandering. Yes. Thank you, Rose. Hell yeah, my savior. Pandering. I hate when game companies pander, and that's not something we've really seen too much in the field of religion. So yeah, no, I think it's fine. I think the only game that, to my knowledge, this is a very obscure example, but Colin, you might know the name. It was that one Steam game where you just run around and fucking kill people. The graphics are really ass.
Postal.
Slender.
Yes, Postal. Thank you, Brandon. Postal was yikes, and it was one of those games that caused a huge uproar in the religion community. But again, that's a really obscure, minute example. Obviously, any AAA title will not do what fucking Postal did, which was just
where I sell a game.
Exactly, especially in 2020.
Was that rated R? Yeah, that was the rated
what
R.
did Postal do?
Brandon, I'll let you. You know, I'm just gonna toss it over to Brandon. Brandon, you can delve deep into that. And
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me your
So
2 cents.
I'm excited.
my 2 cents. So first off, to answer the question, what did Postal do? Postal was literally just a mass shooter simulator. The story was you worked at a job that you hated, and you just went wild one day and just started killing people. That's literally all Postal is.
Did you say you went Postal?
No. Yeah.
He went
yeah.
Post?
Yeah, that's it. That's what the second game. Yeah, sorry. I blanked out there. So Aiden, do you want me to talk about my more tame one, or The
Alright,
bad one.
So obviously, if anybody hadn't
Both.
picked up on visual cues, Doom was his example that he pitched to me in private. Just if you're gonna talk about Doom, choose better wording than what you said to me in private. It was,
Okay.
yeah.
So
But what was your other game that you want
I'm
to talk about?
excited.
the other one is Far Cry 5, actually.
I'm ready.
I'm happy that
Yeah, no, Far Cry 5 is
Space
fine.
Stress mentioned Okami,
Yeah.
because Okami is a lighter side of religion that's viewed in video games. It's not directly the focus, it's the objective of the game, but it's not openly like, hey, this is a religion thing all the time, right? On the other side of that spectrum, we have a game like Far Cry 5, where religion is the enemy, kind of. It's when I played it, it felt like kind of a blurred line. I unfortunately got like a few like missions from the end of the game and didn't quite get the chance to finish it. But it was still one of those things where there was like supernatural things happening in the game that were just a little bit wild, but then again Far Cry 1 had aliens all of a sudden. So it's not out of the spectrum of possibilities with the Far Cry series, but Christianity's role in Far Cry 5 was probably pretty controversial, I can imagine. I didn't actually look too much into the impact of it because I didn't realize, like, I thought it was like, oh, it's just some crazy cult. Like, in Bloodborne, you have the cult of the blood. Like, oh, yeah, it's just kind of background noise, right? It's not that seriously taken. I didn't know Far Cry 5 was all about, like, Christianity and radicalized Christianity in a, Midwestern town, Like, that kind of stuff kind of, like, blows my mind. I think they really did a really good job of it. As far as religion in video games, sometimes there are hints, sometimes there are direct answers to it. For instance, I'm gonna try to broach it as best as I can, Aiden. Triangle mentioned Doom and how it was like crazy with hell and all that, but when you start to question like the religious purposes of that, it gets kind of interesting, especially like when you like really drill into like religious purposes, because it's like, and I don't know how to say this, but in Bible there are radical Christians that exist that were idolized. King David was the warrior king, right? Lined up 12 Pharisees one at a time, asked them, do you want to convert? They all said no. He did naughty things to them. He did the unalive, as the youngins say. One of the,
Spoilers.
Game end.
yeah, spoiler alert. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to spoil the Bible.
Episode 1.
I haven't finished
Yeah.
reading it.
$60.
I have actually finished reading it. I read the whole Bible on my own.
Wow. What a
For
trooper.
what reason? Don't ask me. I'm not actually a religious nut. I used to be. That's what originally drove me to do it. And then after I read Revelations, I was a very depressed child. But so like taking into account something like radical Christianity, is the Doom guy? Could the Doom guy be viewed as good in that light? It got silent, so I'm gonna take that as that's a no subject.
Wait.
I
So
don't
wait,
know.
are you? Is that
I don't
a
know.
question
I'm just
that you
trying to
want to pose to
comprehend.
everyone?
That was kind of a question to you
So
guys.
okay,
Yeah.
so we'll do this.
guys are
Thumbs up
morbid.
if you thumbs up if you think he's a good guy. Thumbs down if you think he's a bad guy.
The Doomslayer?
He
Yeah.
just kind of likes killing.
Is he?
He likes killing.
I don't
No.
see
Haven't
like
played Doom,
it's
so
a
I'm
hard
not
place to
really
stand.
sure.
So many people with the middle.
Well,
I
I
like
mean,
it.
If there's like if there's like a human that's a bitch to him, of course he's
thumbs
gonna
up.
like.
I'm thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
He's a good guy?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Doom guy
Would-
is a god of Christ.
All I can tell you
I'm
is Doom guy isn't human.
regardless,
man,
I mean,
sad
well,
response.
neither are archangels.
Yeah.
Doom guy.
Okay.
Doom
Okay.
Lord.
This,
So, I'm
religion in video games,
without
not
going
religion.
too much more into that, because I don't want to like tear this podcast into a bunch of like religious tropes. So moving on from that, looking at other religions in video games is also very interesting because there's a lot of cult-like religions and there's also the organized ones. So a cult would be like, for instance, I don't know if anybody played Bloodborne, but there's like this cult with the blood where it's like their statement is fear the old blood, where they believe the kind of blood that you are around will convert you into a monster, which ends up being true in the case of like the Hunter's Nightmare, the Hunter's Dream, or whatever it is. But then you also have more organized religions, like in Dead Space. So like the quote unquote cult of the marker was more organized than like the cult of the blood. You know, they had like full on churches. They had something to worship, and everything was fine up until I think it was what's the USS something Ishimura was that thing?
Yeah. Something
Yeah.
like that.
So yeah, and I just thought it'd be interesting to like kind of like explore like what kind of influence would come from that, you know, like where do you come up with the idea of the cult of the marker? What influence would that be?
What's the cult of the marker?
So
or paint marker tip.
we're talking about like there's a lot of people have I guess should have asked if anybody's played Dark Souls in here, or not Dark Souls, Dead Space.
No.
I played Dead Space 1 and 2. I never got super
through
into
half
the
of
lore.
1.
Yeah. So the cult of the marker is actually the people who kind of the marker is the thing that kind of haunts Isaac's dreams. This little twin like spiral thing, and it's actually what creates the monsters of Dead
Wait.
Space.
Are these spoilers?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
No spoilers.
This
Dude, am I getting
That's
spoiled
it's not a
again?
spoiler.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
Bit of a spoiler.
it's in like the first sec. It's in like the second.
Yeah, but the
But it's
explanation
still
of
a
what it is
spoiler.
isn't.
Yeah, it's in the second mission.
All right.
They're just like, hey, this when people get close to this thing, this happens.
Bad things. Necromancy.
Yeah, but like people worship it, and that's apparent in the first mission. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I thought that was an interesting topic. I'm in favor of the Doom as a good guy, but I'm not gonna talk about the logistics of it. We can talk about it after.
I'll talk about it after.
All right,
I love that crap.
let's do it. Well, Aiden, I'm gonna turn it back over to you. I'm sorry for disrespecting your time.
No, what?
You're Gucci. You're Gucci, bro.
I
Um,
do.
Brendan, is there a closing statement you want for everyone, or closing question?
I mean, probably the only closing question I have is more it's like a curious question. It's like, do you prefer a video game to have a more organized religion or a cult style? Which
Wow, this is. I mean, that is a very fucking loaded question. Thank God
I
my
It's
love
not.
audience.
that.
Thank
love
God my audience isn't a bunch of religious nuts. Or
I'm
okay.
sorry. Like,
Thank
Well,
God,
Aiden.
thank God all but one of my viewers aren't a religious nut.
Actually.
Boy, are you guys gonna let me have it?
Actually.
Hold on, I gotta write out my YouTube apology letter. One moment.
Remember, start with the big exhale.
All right.
and look
I'm
directly
sorry.
in.
I'm sorry. I was dating 5 different guys.
Guys.
That the internet knows about. No, does nobody? I think
Ian,
Colin
you're all
did.
worried about yikes.
Yeah.
Colin
No,
and
I-
Chase get it.
I get the reference. Okay.
Okay. You
Yeah,
mean
interesting.
Kate? Didn't.
Back and still, yep.
All right, wait, I got this.
Hey.
This is when I go home.
All right. Moving on. Okay. So, final bit on the topic. Do you guys think religion should be more cult-styled, fiction-y, or do you think Jesus needs to be a prevalent character in the game where you are literally playing as him or David?
What are you doing?
What, I can
Matt-
play as Jesus?
Wait, how did no one bring
hell yeah.
Smite?
Because it's
Uh,
Hybrid
God of
Studios
War.
and we don't talk about them.
Fuck,
God of
Smite, you
War.
can't play as Jesus
Look,
and Smite.
look, buddy, that was a
Yeah.
podcast ago. This is episode 5, not episode 4. Matt,
We talked about Smite in episode 4.
No.
We talked about high res. Matt, sorry for
Oh.
the interruptions.
What's up?
Oh,
Sorry,
Jesus.
I've been doing my own thing, man.
Oh, god damn it.
No, I was listening to everything. I was listening to everything.
All right.
Oh,
So, final question: would you?
Yeah, I was-
So, for the question was, do you believe that would you rather have your video game kind of more cult style or more towards the realism side when it comes to religion?
Typically I'm one for more of like the cult style, just because they're always end up as thrillers. They end up as something so different that usually hasn't happened, or like a dystopia, utopia kind of thing. But in my general basis, the games that I have played and that I've experienced, they've been more like kind of like Colin was saying about Assassin's Creed, how the like it wasn't the main focus, but it was definitely prevalent, and I find that very authenticating to like old school games, or not old school games necessarily, but like games that took back 1300 years, like it's interesting to see how it can be based, but I prefer my games to be cold styled just because that's how I grew up. So I don't know. I'm
Oh,
just
yeah.
here, man.
I'm just vibing.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
been
I'm
the entire
sorry.
thing.
Brandon.
First off, I want to say I'm sorry.
No,
And
stop.
second off, I
fine.
want to say that I prefer organized religion in my video games.
Interesting. Actually, before we go on, can I ask why?
Because it gives it more of a sense of realism. No cults that are just wild and totally unfiltered ever make it out of their hometown.
All right, let me say what Ubisoft said about Far Cry 5. Y'all motherfuckers have never been to Alabama, so y'all don't know.
Yeah, but that's not a cult. That's Christianity. I've been to Alabama. I have family that lives in Alabama. Sweetheart, I lived in the heart of the fucking
All right,
Bible Belt. Do not shout.
Rose,
Yeehaw.
Rose, save us.
I think for me, it's just what kind of story are they telling? If they can work either a cult or an organized religion into a good, interesting story, then I'll be captivated by it, and I'm good with either.
Hell yeah. Space Trash.
I kind of agree with Rose. It really depends on the game. Like, I feel organized religion goes really well with games that are structured in like an organized setting, but if you're doing it in a small environment where a cult would make sense, like a small town where the entire game takes place in that setting, I feel like it would be good.
Nico?
I like Dark Souls, so I like both. Praise the sun.
Oh, wait. Okay, you like Dark Souls, so you like both. Can you elaborate?
Dark Souls has pre-designated like covenants you can join, but like in the underlying story, there's some sort of like culty aspects to it.
Okay, I guess that makes sense, yeah. Triangle?
I don't know, like whichever fits the game more.
All right. Worrisome?
Yeah.
Capri Sun Cold?
Give me with those hard questions. Like, come on. man.
Praise the Capri Sun. Praise the Capri Sun.
Dude,
Big Blaine.
I only like really praise one, and it's like Capri Sun King himself, me. But like, I don't know. Honestly, everyone kind of has been saying like depends on the game, and I'm gonna agree. Depends on the game.
Colin?
I believe for story-wise, organized.
I'm gonna say fictional because I think when you delve too much into reality, especially on the topic of religion, it can create controversy that can take away from the overall arcing of the story of the game.
I didn't know this was fictional versus fake.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all right.
This wasn't one of the options.
My question, like
Yeah,
the
you're
question
cheating,
I
man.
posed to you guys was, would you guys rather have like a more cultish fictitious vibe rather than
No, he's
more
Oh.
true to life
Yeah, no, right? I mean, in that case, I'd say fictitious, but
Yeah, that's where I would be.
It's a big word.
Wait, was that not what I
College
said?
words.
Yeah, what does that
No.
mean? Google it.
What did I
you
say?
said you said cult,
said cult versus-
cult style versus organized style, like I asked.
Okay. Then
Yeah,
going back to the
that was
original
fake.
question. Probably cult style because I guess going back to my original answer, you can bend reality more with it. Whereas going back to what I said, if you stray too far away from what actual Christianity calls for, it proposes issues amongst people who are knowledgeable in that field of religion. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I got that.
Hell yeah. So next topic. Oh god, I think I'm gonna do it. All right, next topic.
Do it.
Better not.
Do it.
So
Surprise
this is
round.
kind of like semi big news in like the fucking drama of like the Twitch/YouTube world right now.
You better.
dear.
Yeah. Thank you, Daddy. I want to talk about this.
I got fake juice on my fingers.
So
Lick it off.
just recently, I actually know almost nothing about most of these streamers/content creators involved. I literally have never seen any of their content ever. So maybe those who are maybe more fans of the content creators in question can, when we get to them, like elaborate further. So we're talking about the Carson, Kate, and Fitz and all that drama. So to give you guys backstory on who doesn't know what's going on with that, there was a streamer known by Kate. I don't know her full streamer handle, and I don't really care to know it and give her any more clout than she's already getting from all this. There was a streamer who goes by Kate, and she was dating. Right now, the body count is up to 5 people, 5 different streamers that were like physical relationships, like real relationships, and she was dating 5 people at once. I'm almost impressed.
The ultimate clout chaser.
So this all started with a content creator by the name of Carson. Again, never seen any of his content at all.
Never
before.
seen Call Me Carson?
Really?
Never
What?
once.
He's a good guy.
Wow.
I like him.
Call
Wholesome.
yourself a Minecraft player?
I don't know.
So basically, the story starts with he gets cheated on by this girl named Kate, and she cheats on him with his best friend Fitz, who is a member of FaZe. Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah. No. Okay.
What?
Let me explain it.
All right, take it away.
Okay. So, Katarina's a streamer, right?
Don't you dare
Call
give
me-
her clout.
Call Me Carson starts hosting her every once in a while, and then they kind of enter like an online Minecraft girlfriend relationship. That was never really that physical, might I add. It was
That's not
never
what I
super
heard.
physical.
That's not what I heard.
It was. It's bullshit.
Mm,
But
okay.
yeah. So after that, Call Me Carson and her play games together. They stream together like pretty much every day. Then this guy named Fitz, who's a part of the Misfits, very funny YouTube group.
I agree
Extremely
with
funny
Nico.
YouTube group. Yeah, they're extremely funny. They're a bit edgy, but they're
Lots of
extremely
ha-has.
very funny. Yeah. Fitz and Carson start playing games together like Minecraft and all that crap. And then we fast forward to like the last 3 weeks, and turns out Kate is cheating on Carson with Fitz. One of Carson's friends, not his best, the Goop Squad's his best friend, but like
Lunch club.
cheats on him with Fitz, and then she comes out with an apology video.
What about her manager, or is that her
Yeah,
manager?
explains that she was also in a relationship with a manager and that she had a boyfriend at the time. And then a league YouTuber of I Will Dominate comes out and says, "Hey, I was too."
So okay.
So now-
to chime in on that part, that all right, maybe I misunderstood because that part was physical. Dom did confirm
It was
that
no everything was physical. It's just Call Me Carson and her never like,
You don't know that. What the fuck?
they both said it. Like
Oh,
I've read both
okay,
their
then
Reddit.
never
I've
mind
read all
then.
their Reddit
I
responses.
guess if they
and
both said it, then I'm
Yeah,
just
like,
fucking
I'm just-
stupid.
you can watch her apology video. It's like
I'm good, dude.
I'm very.
But anyway,
educated in this
sorry for
drama.
interrupting you. Keep going, Nico.
Oh, that's honestly about it. Last thing we know
Okay.
is like Dom and Herd also had a thing going.
Wrong. So,
It's
Keemstar.
more?
Wrong.
So Keemstar just today. Just so it turns out there was footage of her when she her first online appearances, like when she was streaming on Twitch. She was at Raynad's apartment, and for
Ooh.
anybody who knows who
No
Raynad
way.
is, he's the CEO of Tempo Storm.
Who the hell is this girl?
So
How do you get around?
in the clip,
He's a player.
in the clip,
DoorDash.
she's on a podcast, and in the background of the podcast, you see like Raynad's apartment, his windows, and it's very obviously Raynad's house. And yeah, so that would make the body count up to 6.
I guess her ex boyfriend Carson fits manager Dom
Raynad was
and
the 5.
Reyna. No, that's 6, buddy.
Okay, 6, yeah.
Oh man,
Dude, I don't know. I can't count.
So
can't count.
Same.
I
I
got
only have so
multiple
many
questions.
fingers.
I got multiple questions regarding all this, but we'll start with the first
think
one.
we all
which
do.
is- how does everyone feel about it? We'll start with Matt.
Dude, I'm just barely like understanding the complexity of this situation. I heard about it, but I didn't take a glimpse of it. Holy shit. Who's the one that brought up DoorDash?
Me.
That's how she
Dude,
gets around.
How does she get her out
Sure,
toward
bro, that's yeah.
They
for
just
real,
order
like,
her.
I don't. Yeah, it's some like Chinese dark web shit, bro. That's how I feel about it. I'm spooked.
Brandon?
I don't have much to comment on it, but I will say, we don't have those problems over on Mixer, man. Just try us, please.
Give us some
Yeah,
content,
it's-
please.
Who wants to sleep with me? I'll be the first one. Please don't.
Oh, sweet fuck.
Still a
Give us
dumpster
something
fire.
so people will talk about us.
Oh my god.
Rose being the only female on the podcast, obviously your opinion is very important on this matter.
I don't know. I mean, Carson's a pretty great guy. He's funny. I like Carson a lot, but I haven't kept up with things. She's, I don't know. I don't think she's a good person. Doesn't sound like it.
Do you think it's okay for someone to do whatever it takes to get fame and clout?
No.
Look at little TJ.
Calm
I
down.
think
there,
at some
Bill.
point
can
it
weather
goes a
that
little
scene
too
later.
far, and this went past the point of far. For that.
She's piping.
Imagine if Rose hit us with that. Of course, it's okay to do whatever you want for fame. Shit. No, I feel you though, Rose.
I mean-
like, she took far and then stood at the line where far is far, and
Left.
then just fucking like threw a Tom Brady like Hail Mary down the football field and was like, "Hell yeah, boys!" Let's
She had
get
5
it.
different people.
But
throw
like
it.
she didn't stop at the touchdown. She just kept running. Like fucking Forrest Gump. He just kept going.
It's like that. It's like the one Piper Perry meme, if you guys know.
I gotta go.
Yeah, look
I
it
feel.
up. Matt knows.
Oh no.
Yeah, but if you
Somebody
guys don't know
needs to
that meme,
send this to me. I wanna
you
know.
all know this meme. Just look up Piper Perry meme. You'll instantly know it.
I'm about to call myself a boomer. Give me a second.
Oh
No,
god.
100% you probably will. if you look up that.
Is it this one?
Yeah, it
Is
is.
it this one?
Oh my god.
Dude, I just saw a dick.
What? There's no
God.
dicks.
Is it that one?
How do you know her
Let me
name?
check just to make sure.
How
Irrelevant.
do you not know her name, dude?
Yeah, Aiden.
Yeah, it's that one, but backwards. That's the
I'm
backwards
done.
version of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my.
Moving
Oh,
on.
this Name drop that chick.
Rose,
Dude, I
I'm sorry for
see
putting
if
you
I-
through.
Oh
this.
I
shit.
saw one.
Space trash.
Alrighty, can you state the question again so I don't go
Yeah.
too far off?
Yeah. So basically, what's your opinion on everything that's been said?
Okay. I enjoy Carson's content. I enjoy Fitz's content. I don't really know anything about Kate except for the time that she spent streaming with Fitz and Carson and the other people I watch.
Boys.
But I think it was wrong. I think her apology video was terrible. I think Fitz's apology was good because he didn't come up with any excuses. He literally just said, "Hey, I did bad. Please forgive me." Well, Kate made excuses and continued to hide stuff.
R.I.P. Dom. Nico?
Yeah, I'm not mad at Fitz. Not still gonna watch all his videos and stuff. I don't care. Still gonna watch Dom. I don't care. It's all on her, man. At this point, she is so in the wrong that it baffles me. The fact that 6 different dudes, like, my god. Like, and I don't like Call Me Carson. I don't. His stuff's just weird to me. But like, I don't like his whole group. Like, they're cool, I guess, but they're not my cup of tea. And I don't know. Like, as soon as I saw them get together, I kind of knew it was just a shit show. I don't know.
I'm just putting that there.
Because he was like hard simping on her on stream like every other day for a long time. And then it happened.
Triangle?
Fuck Kate.
That's what they did.
Many people did.
Yeah, that's the problem we're having right at this moment.
Yeah, thank you, Triangle, for pointing out the fucking obvious.
Is that a game plan?
That's
Like, what are
all
we
I
doing
have to
here?
say.
Like, what?
Triangle,
going
if
on?
he tries anything, say no.
Triangle.
Just say no.
Triangle's the quarterback role on the huddle. He's like, all right, guys, we're going to pass the ball.
He's laying on the couch like
Guys,
this.
we're
He's
gonna
like,
win the
"I don't
game."
do anything,
Bruh.
dude, no way, dude, I
God.
don't know.
All right, wait, sorry, Triangle. Sorry,
I
keep
was
going.
just sitting here.
But yeah, and that's all I have to say. Eden is just dying.
Nico,
My
will you
hands are
assess
up.
the image in the chat?
We broke
That's
him.
exactly what just happened.
Worry son, go.
Dude, I don't know, man. I'm gonna take a controversial opinion here. She's slinging some puss. I don't know. Dude, maybe she sees some dick. I don't know, man.
All right, chill. Let's, all right, we need tame. Pull it back. All right, Colin Rilison.
I literally don't like watch any of these people, so I have no opinion on this subject
You suck.
whatsoever.
Do you think it's right for a female to cheat for clout?
Oh no.
Then there you go. You have an opinion.
There you go.
All right. So my stance. I know almost just as much as Colin. I've heard Keemstar rant about it 3 times, and that's it.
Yeah, that's Keemstar though.
What else does he
Sounds
do?
about right.
Shout out to Keemstar.
Keemstar's just mad that he's not.
Coming back from the
Part of
grave,
this.
baby.
All right.
Fuck.
So my stance. Yeah, I think it's wrong, but I'm gonna give the hot. I'm always the hot take guy. I swear to God.
You really are. Like, what's up with that?
I gotta get
He's
the,
just
con-
gotta-
gotta
Is
get
that
the
your-
podcast.
yeah.
He
Is
needs
that your
content.
thing?
He needs
Um,
content.
So,
Devil's
dude, are you
advocate.
kidding me? This whole podcast is content this time.
Make more content.
So my take is they're all kind of stupid, and Kate's a fucking genius. So, all right. So
Wait,
let me
what?
let me elaborate. Let me
I
elaborate.
see what
Tyrannic?
you're saying, though. I do.
So
Tyrannic?
I come
Mm,
now. When I met Worry Son, we memed years ago about making a podcast about Twitch drama, right? Worry Son, do you
It's
remember?
fucking happening, dude.
Do you, Worry Son, do you remember when I was quizzing you on Twitch drama? The first bit of Twitch drama I asked you about. I actually can't even talk about it in fear of getting banned, but it involves a certain female streamer and a certain poppin'.
Ah.
Oh
So
God.
that has to be one of the most legendary instances on Twitch.
I see what you did there.
Of a female streamer
Oh shit.
who was dating a much, 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 much more famous streamer than her.
Big boy.
And simply,
He's a big,
I don't want to
strong-
say she was leeching, but she was definitely getting that like dipping, like that overflow of his viewers. Meaning, when he would end his stream, she would get a couple more thousand viewers than she typically would had she not been dating him and living in the same house as him. And I would say it's the exact same situation except to a much more extreme degree. And obviously, like, it's proving that, you know, girls can't really get away with that the same way they could earlier in the early days of Twitch, just because media backlash is just a much more real thing today. But yeah, no, I mean, she's just a genius. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I'm not saying what she did was right by any means, but do you guys know how much money she's making off all this? Do you know how much subs and followers and shit she's getting?
Can we talk
Like,
about how desperate you were to?
Like, she is literally dipping. I mean, we're talking about her. Everyone is talking about her. She went from being a nobody to a somebody overnight. And it just goes to show that, yeah, like, what she did was really yikes. But at the end of the day, she got the results that she wanted. You know what I
I want to see
mean?
the statistics.
I mean, go there. Brendan?
Remember what we talked about last podcast with female streamers and how even negative news can turn into
Feedback.
positive news?
Any publicity is good publicity.
Yeah.
But that's not
That
just female
kind of
streamers,
cycles
though.
back, though.
I see
Yeah,
what you mean.
no.
That's
Well,
not
we
just
talked about that in
female
general, though.
Yeah, no, I know, and I think that that here is kind of the same thing, but it's less about news and more about who you know and who you're with. For example, if let's say Kate was dating me, for example, she'd be getting nothing. You know what I mean?
What?
She cheats on me with fucking Worry Son. Oh wow, she gets his 5 viewers and my 6 viewers. She's really popping off now, dude.
Pog.
She's got the fucking Capri Sun boys and the 2IQ gang. Like,
Pog
Hey.
it boils
Hey.
down to
She double
Who-
dipping.
it boils
Oh,
down
God.
to who she's doing it with, and I think that's the big thing here. It's not so much the media attention she's getting; it's more about look at all these big streamers she's doing it with, and that's why it's a big deal. Because, like Rose said, Carson's a really nice guy. Carson is also like garnishing fame right now at a super rapid pace. Him and a lot of the other people in question are rapidly blowing up right now. They're all part of that friend group that I constantly see on Twitter that is constantly at the head of all this news. They're kind of the next big generation of top tier Twitch streamer.
What if it was
And-
a strat?
Oh.
People
Yeah.
have speculated that the ship between Carson,
Conspiracy?
Fitz, and Kate was kind of planned for.
It's a strat.
But
Inside
I'm not
job.
we're not gonna delve into the whole conspiracy theory thing. But that's my own opinion. So going down the list, do you guys think what Kate? Actually, I'll phrase the question like this, so maybe we get some weird answers. Do you guys think what Kate did was good or bad for herself?
I'm space trash now. How you guys
Matt.
I'm Rose. Hi.
Oh,
So real quick, the question is: do you think what Kate did was good or bad for herself?
for herself, it can depend on which outlet she wanted. I'm kind of like the happy medium here. I'm just doing my own thing. But it's like, yeah, she got the viewers, she got the attention and fame, but that doesn't always last forever. Something downhill could really hit Twitch and make it crash. And then where did that bring her? Just a lot of attention that she's a terrible person. It really depends on the outlook she wants. And in my eyes, it was dope for her doing it for the Twitch streamers, but for a personal belief, I wouldn't be like that, and I don't think anybody else should. But again, I'm just here. Like, y'all can do your own thing. I'm over
So you
here.
think
Love you guys.
you would say good for her?
Yeah, no, indefinitely. It was good for her at the beginning, but the backlash could be what takes her out.
So overall good.
Yeah.
Brandon.
I mean, It may whistle when she runs, but she's got a lot more stands now. I'm glad somebody got that.
Oh,
Sweet
All
Jesus.
right,
Dude, it hasn't even been 10
let's
minutes.
take it back on the inappropriate.
I'm
scale.
sorry. I'm
It's
sorry.
fine. Yeah, just no. Rose.
Wait 1 second. Okay, so I feel like, she definitely got a lot of a lot more viewers, a lot more subscribers from that, right? But everybody thinks that you can only get huge fame fast from doing things that are terrible, like what she did, and Mr. Beast kind of like shows that that's not always the case. I just feel like people need to take a less negative. I know that's kind of not the question you're asking, but had she not done all those terrible things and stayed with Carson, it could have been better for her, than cutting it off here. Because right now she's the talk of Twitch, but she's not going to be soon. And people are going to fall off if they don't like her content. It's just inevitable consumer type situation. So in the long run, I don't think she helped herself. I think she hurt herself. Had she just been a good person in the beginning and not done anything, then it would have been better for her in the long run.
Damn, Rose with the fucking 7 head. Oh my god. I totally didn't think about the whole aspect of like, how good it could have been hypothetically had she stayed with him and just been a good fucking whatever she was to him. Space trash.
If I were to think about it, like remove my bias, being a fan of like Carson and Fitz, and just think about it from Kate's point of view, it is a good move because now like people that use Twitch and are up on YouTube drama, she's a household name. Because she's a bad person, but nevertheless, people are still going to check to see what she says because she's part of all this drama, and that's going to get her more views and get her videos circulated more. Even if it's bad from her point of view, any publicity is good publicity.
So you're saying it's good for her now?
It's a bad thing, but from her point of view, it's good for her career.
Okay, yeah, that's the question. Whether it's good or bad for her career. Nico.
All right. So, like Rose said, I believe it's going to be a temporary sort of thing. I think the fame is there now, but the next big thing on Twitch will hit, and her content isn't good. So, a lot of people, maybe a few people will stick around, obviously, but like a lot of people are just gonna dipset out of there and just want to go back to their normal streamers, So the whole any public, like any called.
Any publicity is good publicity.
Any publicity is good publicity. It's like any publicity could be temporary publicity. Like
fair enough.
Yeah.
So you're saying bad?
Oh, horrible person.
No, bad. Like bad, good or bad for her
business
career.
move.
Okay, so good business. Okay. Triangle.
On the business side, it's great for now because she's making she's getting a lot of viewers. She's making money. But as it was already said, for now, because people are gonna drop out. Because I don't know, some people just follow her. It's like subscribe because meme.
I'd rather watch Dom.
Yeah, but some people are like that. So yeah, it's a good thing on the money side. On the moral side, she can fucking no. It's not no.
Worrisome.
Okay. So I think that something similar has like kind of happened. Maybe not like the whole relationship thing, but do we remember Casey Tron? She's had like a bunch of like dumpy shit going on. That one's her, dude. And like over the years, like she's kind of like held a consistent like number base, I would say.
That's actually a really good
I haven't
point.
really been checking on her too much, but like people similar to Casey Tron have like, you know, done things, become, you know, semi popular, and then just kind of like so they do this, they spike up and then they drop a little bit and they sit there and they just for the rest of their like fucking streaming careers. And like that's what I think is gonna happen with this one. With Katerina. I feel like she's just gonna bump up, dude, and she's gonna sit back, and then all the haters will leave, and she'll just drop down to that pristine, like 550 viewer mark, and just like ride it out, dude.
So you're saying good business move?
Good business move. I'm gonna just be sipping, dude. I'm gonna be sipping, watching this shit cut down.
Getting high on that Capri Sun, bro.
Colin?
Ew.
So before I give my actual answer, I'm gonna play a little bit of like not necessarily devil's advocate, but something I thought of, and that is that I know that Caterino hangs out a lot with Destiny. I don't know if any of you know him.
Holy
He's
shit,
another
is that
streamer.
true?
Yeah.
Holy
so-
fuck, he probably orchestrated all this.
Dude, I love Destiny.
So she hangs out a lot with him, and his lifestyle like that is very open with Melina, who is Destiny's girlfriend.
I actually know nothing about Destiny's relationship.
Yeah, he's very open.
An interesting
with
guy.
that. So, one thing that maybe if people are more charitable would think that she maybe wanted something more similar to what Destiny and Melina have, but she was already locked in with one person. So then she did the wrong thing and tried to have like multiple different relationships, but at the same time didn't want to seem like she was becoming something.
Wait, she cheated on
becoming more
Destiny?
open. What? No. What?
I don't know. Continue.
Destiny has an open relationship with like multiple people.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
yeah.
That's what I figured from his Instagram. Anyway,
Yeah,
continue.
yeah. So maybe she wanted something like that, but didn't know exactly how to go about it.
Damn, that's
But
a
I don't
really
know why.
interesting
But I don't know
take.
why she would go about it this way. But my actual answer is that she's fine. Everyone else involved is going to be fine. Like, it really doesn't matter.
Good or bad business move?
Good, I guess. I mean, it's not going to affect her too negatively.
So I was totally on like originally I'm like, oh, good business move, and then we got to Rose, and Rose totally like flipped my opinion. Like I'm like, damn, that's a totally other aspect. And then I put it into like other examples on Twitch of like situations where if the girl had just stayed with that big streamer and not fucked it up, how much bigger said streamer could be. And
It's
then we
too
got to
prone.
Worry Sun, and he brought that really good example that happens way too often on Twitch, where these streamers who do very naughty things blow the fuck up and then stay at a like, don't get me wrong, they don't grow anymore, but they stay at this very stagnant number on Twitch permanently. But it's enough to like live off of. It's enough to stay relevant, kinda. It's enough to just stay afloat and be something on Twitch. But my issue with that and why I'm staying with it's a bad business move and staying with Rose on this one is because we've also seen that not be the case, where the example I provided of the biggest instance of a female streamer leeching off a large streamer, the one that I mentioned earlier, again, I'm not naming names, that female streamer is like dead, like dead. I'm not even sure she streams as much anymore, if at all. I could be wrong on her numbers, but I think she's like way less than 1,000 now. Maybe 200 to 300 every stream, which don't get me wrong, is not bad, but compared to what she was, that's far less than that's almost not sustainable for a Twitch streamer of her stature. So yeah, no, I have to go with if you're gonna leech, keep leeching. Don't
Yeah.
Don't play the I'm gonna leech and then fuck it all up, blow
You're-
up,
you're-
and then go to stagnant city. Like
You're a
just-
parasite, not a baby.
Exactly.
Exactly. Don't take care of
So-
me and let me go. I want to live inside your body for the rest of my
Oh.
life.
All right.
All right. Okay.
Say that again. Say it again,
Anyway.
except closer
Next
to the mic.
topic, please. Next topic, please. Why?
So yeah, I
Good.
say bad business from him. She should stay with Carson and not fuck that up. Because now not only is she not dating him, she's also not friends with any of those people, which
See,
means
what
she
is she-
can't she can't use any of them. And now all that shit's public, so nobody will be her friend or want to date her or anything. And any streamer of any like reasonable stature will not go near her.
Oh no, she's fucked.
She's Twitch Kryptonite now, just like another streamer that I won't say the name of.
Say it.
No, I'm not saying it. We already know.
Shut up.
Say it. Get
I'm-
bad.
I'm not gonna get banned because this is one of those streamers that, like Alinity, you even say their name and you can get banned because
They
they're
will
that
find you.
powerful.
They will kill you.
So whoever knows, I know Capri Sun knows. Just type it in the Discord chat.
Just don't read it.
She was
Out loud.
popping off when she was dating this streamer. I know he
Like a-
knows.
Like a soda?
Yeah, like you know how sodas are popping.
Yeah.
Yeah, Twitch. Good luck banning me for this one.
Good luck.
I don't know.
Could I bring up like kind of a joking point that kind of makes sense?
Sure, as long as it's not Nico or Brandon's style of joking.
Okay.
What?
So
Yeah, no
we're in
deep
like
jokes.
the almost the peak of simp culture right now.
Simp
Um,
culture.
It's currently simp season.
Yeah. And
Cuffing season is over.
since the
boys.
simps know Kate's handing it out, she could keep a lot of viewers.
She really be handing it out. Huh?
Like they
So-
think they have more of a chance.
Here.
So what you said was my statement, but not a bannable offense on Twitch. Gotcha.
He didn't
Gotta
use
get
a
the
graphic.
stands.
He didn't use a graphic representation.
Listen. How you doing, bud?
Yeah, you behave yourself.
Thank you for having me on the podcast.
Just
chilling.
A lot of
Ah.
simp views.
All right.
Simp
So
box.
I think that's all for that topic. I mean, goddamn.
Ah.
So next topic. It's a big
Yes.
one.
Yeah.
I don't like big ones.
Does it exist?
I thought you said bagel.
I like
It's a
bagels.
bagel.
I could go for a bagel right now.
Dude, same, but everything's closed after
Dude, I
like
just
Dude,
ate
who's
a
trying to
bagel.
come over and have a cooking stream with me?
Don't
I
tell
can
me
just
that.
grab
It'll
bagels,
happen.
bro.
I would do that in a minute, man.
What? Have
Ew.
bagels?
Oh no,
I would do that
I
in a
love-
heartbeat.
I cook all day. Love it. And we got Chef Boy over here. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I felt that.
Me, a Finland chef.
Your
Me.
favorite bagel.
Cooked a meatball.
Is that
So
you doing
how-
an Italian accent with your Finnish accent?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh god.
Sounds
I
like
gotta-
multiple,
I gotta
multiple
get one.
layers
I
of
gotta go, I gotta go.
accents.
All right, next topic.
Boop-a-da-bip-a.
So we're gonna talk about celebrities in quarantine.
Oh shit! No, yeah. I actually have a lot to talk
Derek.
about this.
All right,
They're
so
heroes.
all right,
I sing the song.
all right. So where to begin? So celebrities in quarantine. For those of you guys who don't know, celebrities have been too vocal on social media about their
Too vocal.
isolation and how it's been very hard to sleep at night in their $1 billion mansions
What else is new?
and their private chefs and have to eat cereal in the morning. Yes, Cardi, I'm calling you out.
Oh.
So it's
That's
something
gonna
that
be the next big drama. Palaidan versus Cardi.
dude, imagine.
Imagine. I am imagining.
You know,
I'm
the
imagining
crowd-
her on her Instagram live story. Just this motherfucker, Palaidan, called me out.
I would be like, yo, Cardi.
Give me that clout.
Just one name drop.
Dude,
do
I
it.
would
This
rebrand
bitch
myself.
Paladin.
Give me the drop.
I would rebrand
Aiden would
myself.
become a rapper, dude.
Oh my! I'd make a Rice Gum level diss track on Cardi.
Dude, I will help
Oh
you.
my
I will
God.
write
Do
it.
it.
I will.
Can
be
I
your-
produce the beat?
Ghost
I'm gonna
Rider.
learn
He
who
can
my
make-
friends are real quick because
He
if
can
I
make the
beef with
beat.
Cardi, I'm gonna blow the fuck up.
He can make the beat. I'll be your ghostwriter.
All right. Anyway. So
I'll be the
I used
background dancer with
I
torque
used-
running by
Yes,
Look, we're,
the jorts.
Hey, we're beefing with
Ew.
Cardi, not Nikki. That's next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right, so back on track. So the reason why I mentioned Cardi specifically is because she was one of the more recent celebrities who went to Instagram Live and went on a huge rant complaining about how she has to eat cereal and not able to eat the food / luxury foods that she would like. Whatever. I don't really know all the details around it, but it was literally just over her eating cereal and how she was annoyed by it. It's kind of fucking ridiculous if you ask
Oh
me.
man.
So it boils down to the question, like, how do you guys feel about all these celebrities complaining about living in quarantine and all the celebrities who claim that what they're doing is helping?
There's
I
a
mean,
few good ones.
yeah, like the one where all the celebrities got together and made a song.
Not that
Imagine
crap.
all the people.
Not that crap. I'm talking about like MGK, Alec Benjamin. Like they're all just.
No, don't get me
they're just
wrong.
having
There
a
are
good time.
celebrities doing good things, but we're speaking strictly to the bad examples, the bad eggs.
Fine.
I mean, you can bring up the good ones too. I think. I know there's a lot of fatty donations going around to help out during relief. But yeah,
I'm calling out Will Smith.
That's who you want to beef with? You want to beef with Will Smith?
Okay, so after you guys are done talking about the question, you guys all have to say a celebrity that you beef with. All right, hell yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
you
bet.
All right, Matt, kick us off.
all right. So first off, back to the question, like, what do I think about it and everything? And I don't know if the picture or the video group got the chat. But that would be me. Welcome to my nightmare. I would just be laying in a broken down, condemned house saying, "We're all here anyway. Join us." Like that would be me at this point, because it's annoying seeing how most people are going through an experience that is terrifying. You know, it could kill them like that, and then you got the people that are complaining because they have cereal, and it's like, man, we go through this shit every day. Like, join us. Please understand what we live. Just because you're big doesn't mean there aren't humans around you that act like where you started. And it's just a different topic, yes. Not one that I vibe with, but you know how it be.
Which celebrity do you beef with?
The Teletubbies.
No,
The live
which one?
version of the Teletubbies, bro.
Which
Pick-
one?
yeah, how
Which
about this?
one?
Specifically, what
all of
color
them.
Teletubby?
Yeah, what
Uh,
color
uh,
Teletubby?
purple one. The purple one. Because
You're
he
picking
sits
that.
in the back by the
Tinky
vacuum and
Tinky
goes,
Winky. Yeah, it's Tinky Winky.
Winky can
and dude, that would just be
That one,
hands.
dude.
That would just be instant hands, bro.
Eh.
Uh,
Teletubby.
Baby song.
all right, Brandon.
KSI versus Logan Paul.
Hi.
Matt versus Tinky Winky.
All right, boys, chill. Brandon.
That's great. Everybody's affected by the quarantine differently. Some people
Ooh.
just don't understand. Everybody's affected by it. Some people are affected by it more than others. But in the grand scheme of things, if we get so used to one thing and then it's suddenly changed, taken away from us, ripped away from us without it, we are going to complain about it. So it's only human to complain. However, however, overall, like in their minds, it makes sense because hey, I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this. Even though they have all this extra money, you can put that anywhere, I guess. So, they lose everything, so they want to complain about it. It's only human to complain. I do think that they should take into consideration some people have it a little bit worse off than them. However, getting it off your chest is better than going crazy. That's my thoughts on it.
Which celebrity do
take-
you beef with?
Howard Jones, because Jesse Leach is a horrible vocalist for Killswitch Engage. Howard Jones, come back.
Hell yeah, Rose.
All right.
Called him out.
Pretend like I know who that is.
Honestly, I kind of agree with that. Like, I don't think that there's always going to be a situation where somebody has it worse off. And I think it's good to recognize that. And for the people donating money for people in need, I think that's like, yay, good. Like, that's a fantastic thing to do, especially in a time like this. But It's human to complain. We like being negative. And it's good to have the positives. Whether that be a singing video people didn't like that much or not. But yeah, no, I get where people get annoyed by it, but I also get where these people are coming from. So I don't think it's harming anyone to be like, man, I had to have cereal today. You know?
Did you like the singing video?
I would have if they were better at singing.
Oof.
If they were good singers,
She's
it would've been a
beaming.
good
She's
video.
beefing with everyone on that
Remind
video.
remind me after the podcast. I want to send you, if you haven't seen it already, Barstool Sports did a parody version, and it is it's something.
I'll try to remember.
Space trash.
All right. So, bottom of the line, it's first world problems, but I understand like they took themselves from something and built it up. So, they're complaining that they have to go back down since they've like put all the effort into being able to afford all of these luxuries, and now they're being taken away from them and they can't do anything about it. So I understand why they're complaining, and I don't see a harm to it.
I actually like that take a lot. Nico?
Also, I'm beefing with Danny DeVito because he's had
shit.
it too good for too long.
Hey,
Rose, Rose, who are you beefing with? The biggest question.
I'm so sad you skipped my beef.
I'm sorry.
you beefing with?
This is the most important part. Cardi beef.
Man, I was so sad, and yet I don't have somebody. Can you come back to me? I'll think
Yes.
of somebody good.
Nico.
I forgot. Oh, I complain a lot, so I
not-
don't blame them.
You're not
I
a
complain
celebrity,
lot.
though.
I don't care. I'm still a human being.
Are
They're still
you?
human beings. If I were rich and I was all like, I was 50% of it like got cut off, like that'd be pretty.
Wait, which celebrity is losing 50% of their wealth?
Not their wealth. Their expect like the things that they can do, like
the things that they can
I can't
spend their
get
wealth
on my,
on.
I can't. Yeah, exactly. I can't get in my private jet and fly to Bombay now. Like, you know what I mean?
I'd be pretty
Private.
sad if I couldn't do
Yeah,
that. you know, to
exactly.
be
Like
honest.
if I'm used to drinking
Shit.
Chardonnay and champagne every night, and now I have sparkling water.
Are you guys all like secretly rich and I just don't know? Am I like just dirt poor and like?
No,
I'm
rich.
Yeah.
Aiden,
Am
I'm
I
dirt
a Make a
poor, don't worry
Wish
about
for
it.
you guys? Like,
I work at Walmart.
Dog, I don't work. Exactly.
Man, I'm just
enough.
weird.
I edit videos for you for free. No,
Yikes, I gotta
No.
call him out like that.
but I like no.
Ooh.
I love Aiden. That's why I do it. But what was I saying? I understand it. It's first world problems. They have a human right to complain, so no one should get too beefed up over it. Complaining about cereal's a bit stupid, but first world problem.
Brendan.
There's a lot of good happening. I got my beef.
Dude.
I got
Oh yeah, true. I keep dude. That's literally my favorite part. So I don't know why I keep forgetting.
exactly. Are you okay?
Honestly, everything prior to the beef is almost irrelevant.
All right, Jake Paul, if you're watching this,
Ooh.
Oh
got you,
no.
That's a
I'll
good
never
one.
watch it. It's fine.
I'm gonna get it, Nico. Under this podcast is gonna blow up, and we're gonna
Pick
get
again.
Jake on the podcast.
yeah, and then we'll beef it out on the podcast.
That would be entertaining as fuck. Not gonna lie.
I'm
Brendan.
calling out Noel Miller.
Wait, who else? Who's Noel Miller?
Really, Cody Ko and Noel? You don't know?
Nope.
From that
Doesn't matter then.
All right,
Go on.
Brandon.
About my hand being raised. Yeah. This is kind of an almost surreal topic for me because I've been working from home for almost 2 years now. This is like the only thing that's changed is that I can't go to the store past 8 o'clock, and I usually wake up like 30 minutes before work. And I complained about that once, and one of my roommates got pissed off at me and yelled at me. They're just like, "You don't understand how fucking privileged are you, little shit." And I'm just like, "Fuck, man, I'm just trying to like let off some steam, you know?"
Yeah.
Like, I understand I can get up earlier to go to the store, Like, I know that's something I could do. That's within my power, but like, I'm just like trying to let off something. He just like shut me up about it. So now it's like I'm scared to talk because it's like I work from home. He still has to go into work every day to his cooking job, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, like he makes it sound like white collar people are the bad people sometimes because they're non-essential. So it's like, oh, they just get time off. It's about that.
Not
man.
really.
I'm
Like-
actually sorry, like that you had to deal with that, man. That's not cool at
Unpaid
all.
time off.
Yeah, and I told him, I was like, it's unpaid for everybody. He's like, well, I should get hazard pay, and I was like, I agree with you. Fight for it at your job, and he was like, that's a lot of effort. That sounds like a
Dude,
personal problem.
Then get over it. Like, don't
Yeah.
complain then. Triangle.
I kind of agree with like a lot of this that everybody has the stuff that they're used to, and if that gets taken away, of course we're gonna complain. But at the same time, complaining over about having to eat cereal is just so bad.
Petty.
Like, yeah, that's just yikes. And that's all I have to say.
Beefing with.
Beef.
Ah, fuck.
I
Call
don't think
Logan
it's a-
Paul.
Give us a Finnish
Um,
I don't know
celebrity.
who that is.
Finish? No, I don't wanna. Minecraft villagers.
Oh,
Oh crap!
that's better
Dude,
than a Finnish celebrity.
That's the
That's a
horde.
lot of
That's
them, dude.
that's the horde mentality. You sure you can handle that, man?
What's next? You're gonna say you're gonna beef with BTS?
Oh
my
no.
Stan Army.
BTS diss track.
And just
I'm
like
looking
that,
that
the
up.
podcast is over.
BTS. diss
All right,
track.
guys, thanks for
Cancelled.
coming.
Nico, share that with me if you find it.
Dude, there is really a BTS diss.
Dude,
Is
share
that
it.
really?
There's
Warrior
a few,
Sun.
and they reacted to it.
All right, guys,
Oh my
let's stay on
Wait.
topics. Warrior Sun.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I guess when people like can't wipe their dumpies or something, like they get upset. Yeah, like,
Love that word.
yeah, it's a fun word. Dumpies, dumpers, dude. Oh, so much fun. But like, there's just some things people get upset about, and it's like not being able to buy milk or something. And when you can't buy your milk, guess people get upset. And that's all I gotta say about that one.
You can't feed your kids.
Yeah.
Can't feed your kids. Guess you get upset.
Yeah, you get upset. All right, time for my beef. Hey, look at me.
Oh.
Beans from even Stevens.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
I need to do a Google.
I'm beefing with Aiden.
Beans.
I was tempted to
From
say
Just
that.
beans.
I'm writing
Oh.
a diss track on Aiden.
Food.
Oh.
Get us clout.
Yeah, diss track on you.
Blow the podcast up with a diss track.
Yeah, with my big following.
Send BTS stands after me.
Just go on Twitter.
Nico, our plan's backfiring. I got my 85th death threat today.
I could totally just start tweeting random crap with hashtag BTS on it, and it'll get so much more views.
Colin, go.
I think that these people should know who they can talk to that will actually give a shit, right? Don't go out onto like a giant platform and try and like just preach to like an audience.
I like this fake.
Yeah, like just you know who to talk to. Don't talk to me about your fucking dumbass problems that I do not relate with whatsoever, and don't expect me to relate with them. So
True.
yeah,
Just to
and,
get a therapist.
Stephen Colbert.
Ooh, that's a.
Calling
I
it
like it.
Colbert.
I like it.
What's wrong with him?
Can
Tell us
I
what's
ask
wrong with
why?
him.
I've just hated his like presentation style for a while.
He played D&D that one time. I like that.
I hate Stephen. Nah, I agree, Colin. Fuck Stephen Colbert.
No,
I gotta.
actually, here. Hold on, sorry. I'll give you 2 Stevens, Colbert and Crowder. How about that?
Ooh.
All right,
Crowder.
Not,
Beef with
I'm
Crowder.
Not a fan
I'll
of that
do that.
second one, but
Someone say
Don't you
chowder.
know them?
Why don't
Uh,
you like it second?
Chowder.
So my take on the celebrities. So, yeah, no, you guys were very like nice and respectful to the celebrities. Like, nah, I'm good. Like first world problems of like not being able to fly your jet and shit. Like, holy shit, people literally can't feed their families, and y'all are making a fucking music video to cheer people up. Like the level of distaste. Like if I'm a parent and I can't feed my kids, and you think singing Imagine is gonna cheer me up, like I get they're not really doing it for those particular people. They're doing it for like the people who are just like more so like for teens and shit who maybe are like being bothered and like overwhelmed by the whole quarantine thing. But like, god damn, man, like I really hate these fucking celebrities who are acting so entitled and just so like pompous during these times. It's just, to me, it's so wrong. I know a lot of you guys like don't really feel the same, but fuck, man. Something in my biggest one, and this is also the person I'm gonna beef with for sure, is Joaquin Phoenix. So he went on Twitter and
Really?
made a video
The
saying
Joker, baby.
that I think that the country should be shut down for as long as possible until this issue is resolved. You know how easy that is to say from your $100 million mansion? Like, I know I'm like bringing a very real like yikes downer kind of perspective, but it's like, I don't know.
Makes
Like,
sense.
Fuck the celebrities, man. It's really wrong. And I'm not like
Fuck the
Robin Hood.
rich.
I don't want to fucking eat the rich. I don't want to go out fucking killing the rich. Like, I want to someday be the rich. Like, I want to blow up on fucking Twitch and like help people, but like,
You
I don't
want to be
even-
the one complaining about cereal.
dude, I want to be eating the cereal with Cardi. Like, I want her to fucking text me when fucking homeboy's cheating on her. What's his face? Not, I don't know. One of the Miko's fucking rappers.
Migos?
Yeah. I don't know. Fuck him.
So you're a simp for Cardi B.
Fuck him, huh?
No, I'm not simp.
Lil
Fuck
Pump,
Cardi,
I'm calling
dude.
you out right now.
But yeah, no, I just disagree with all the fucking celebrities, and yeah, no, fuck Joaquin Phoenix, dude. Like, holy shit. I don't know why he's not getting backlash over that video. Like how dare you say like, yeah, let's just fuck it, man. If the government says we gotta keep things closed, guys. Yo,
Sounds
Butler.
like a goofy voice.
Yo, Butler,
This is
go
so-
get me a fucking plate of Doritos.
Yeah, fuck
What to do?
And I wish I could say another set of celebrities, but man, H3 too. So they just started a huge kind of help fund thing where they're raising money, and every single day for 30 days they're giving away money to people who need it. And it's been coming out that they're just, a lot of it just seems like clout chasing. And it's really fucking yikes. I really hope that that's not the case, but it's really hard when you're a celebrity for donations and shit like that not to be seen as clout chasing. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Brendan?
The problem with having fame is that everything you do can either be seen in a negative or a positive light. There's never a neutral, like, I say what I mean thing. I'm going to point out Mr. Beast here and the 20 Million Trees Project. The man wanted to plant 20 million trees to help the environment. And everybody was like, he's doing this for the views. He's doing this for this. He just wants to help the environment, dude. Like, chill. Like, they're like, that's the hardest part about dealing with celebrities and thinking about them, is that we think of their fame, we forget that they're human.
Mr.
Yeah.
Beast is a bad example because in his videos, he does them in a way where he can't really receive that sort of backlash. For example, the
does.
tree thing, I never.
It does.
I've never seen him get backlash over the tree thing.
I have friends who hate Mr.
Same.
Don't know why.
Really?
Yeah,
Really?
it's like
Yeah,
Zach,
I know a couple people. They just
Yeah.
despise him.
Yeah.
As
Like
do
I said
I.
earlier, some people think that negativity is the only way they can get big, but he proved that that's not true. Like with all the money videos, like he literally
was
made it
another
a
thing
point
I
to be a
liked.
good person.
That was another aspect of your point earlier about the whole Kirino thing that I
Mhm.
liked a lot. That being a good person really can get you famous. And like
Yeah.
Rose just said, like Mr. Beast is living, breathing proof that you work hard enough. And he wasn't someone who just posted one video on YouTube and fucking rose to fame. He had over 1,000 Minecraft videos on YouTube before he made that one stupid ass fucking I'm gonna say PewDiePie's name X amount of times into the camera video, and
now he's a beast.
it's written ever since. But the tree thing, like, damn, I did not know that he received backlash about that at all.
I didn't
Yeah.
know that either.
He receives backlash on everything he does.
Well,
Yeah.
So the reason why I thought he didn't was only because there's no room, there isn't much room for misinterpretation regarding that, right? Because when you help the environment and when you help like animals, in my opinion, there's very little room for controversy. For example, Space.
I feel like a lot of the backlash that he gets is people looking for it. Like, they just want to see him fail. Because I know in one of his videos, he was giving out money. The video title was like, I opened a bank and gave out money. And he had to use fake money and give the people checks. So that he used prop money in the video. And it even stated in the description that it was prop money. But people got so upset and called him fake and that it's only for views. And it feels like people just want him to downfall for no reason, just because he's popular.
My only beef with Mr. Beast is that I've heard, maybe you guys have seen the same videos, but I've heard that he is like, not really so much him, but like people around him are tyrants in the sense of like, work, like, what the fuck are you doing? Get off your ass, work. And if you don't like this work style or work life, then the door's right there, leave. I've heard a couple like of those reports, but at the same time, it's like in those particular instances, I kind of agree with Mr. Beast. Like when you're working for a YouTuber like that, you should know what you're signing up for. Like it's very evident that Mr. Beast has almost zero social life up until like recent, like this past year or so. He's actually been doing a lot with his girlfriend. Like the videos have kind of been slowing down, a lot more like low key. He's trying to actually spend a lot of the wealth that he's accumulated and kind of enjoy his life rather than work everyone around him into the ground and just make everyone miserable. Just because his projects are so ambitious and so fucking crazy. He takes clickbait videos and makes them real. So
yeah,
Wish Mr.
I
Beast
always
would
like that
trade
about
bank
him.
accounts to me.
let's get Mr. Beast on the podcast.
Pitch that
Yeah.
video idea to him. Trade bank accounts with
Trade-
Mr. Beast.
Trade bank accounts with random
Money.
stranger? Question mark? Explanation
For
mark?
24 hours.
Brendan.
Since Mr. Beast is a bad description, Markiplier, how about him?
He's a good
He's
man.
donated. Yeah, he's donated
love
millions to
Markiplier.
charity, and I think there's actually like he still gets backlash. People accuse him of.
He's
I've never seen anyone give Mark backlash for anything. Like
Yeah, same.
this man could fucking kill
Oh,
a
I've
baby
seen
and
it.
people would love him.
Yeah, like
You're insane.
Maybe I'm just not a Mark fan and that's why I've only seen him in such a very positive light. But Rose, Brandon, do you guys want to kind of elaborate on where Markiplier gets shade?
You could go first.
I mean, it's. I was gonna say somebody mentioned it in chat. I'm sorry, I looked over. Unisonus. They did this face touching thing recently, where every time they touch their face, they
Touchathon.
they costed them like $500 or so, or $100 per touch, and they had to cut it off after a certain point. And it's like there's people in the comment section who were just like, "Hey, you guys cut it off. This is all just for views. You should donate as much money as you can to charity because you're horrible people." And it's like, no, the dude down, like they both donated almost $10,000. Like Mark voluntarily donated an extra $10,000. So people were still in the comment section saying that, you know, they could have donated more.
That's
They
That's
should
always
have
an
donated
argument.
more. Yeah.
I think by cutting it off, it just proves how real it actually was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm
Like, and they showed their proof that they donated to these things.
Yeah.
So,
Rose's beef.
What?
But Rose, what was your stance on the Markiplier, or like, what were you gonna say?
Well, I've seen kind of like Mr. Beast. Some people just kind of don't like him because he's popular. I've seen some of that, and I've seen other than that. He has a brand called Cloak, and he came out with new merch recently, like right around the time that Corona was starting up again, or not starting up again, but like starting to get really bad, right? And then I saw in the comments of that, just on the YouTube like page that he put on it, just people being like, "How dare you put these people delivering your products in danger," and all that. And he was trying to respond to them, being like, "Hey, no, that's not what I'm trying to do at all. We have, the interest of those people at like all like I can't speak. I'm sorry, but like we're thinking about them absolutely." And then he came out later with even more, with the proceeds going like as donations again to, I forget if it was the CDC or who, but I there's always going to be people upset. Like no matter what you do, no matter how much of a good person you are, if you are big enough, there's going to be people that are upset.
Jealousy is a big factor.
Yep.
That point is actually like, I can see how that in particular can be very distasteful. So he just recently dropped this merch.
Yeah, it's the FNAF
Well,
line.
it was
2 months
the
ago.
FNAF line was after. His was kind of like borderline, like things were starting to shut down. He dropped something, and I saw those comments, and then he came out later with the proceeds of the FNAF line, like a percentage of them was being donated. So, which was like, because it's Markiplier and then Five Nights at Freddy's, they were gonna get a lot of proceeds from that.
So it was always gonna be, part of it was gonna be donated.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I thought he was just dropping merch around that time, and it was during the virus. I'm like, ooh,
Unlucky.
yeah, unlucky. But yeah, no. I guess if part of it's going towards relief efforts and stuff like that, then obviously that's a totally different thing. Yeah, no, I kind of rescind my entire comment about celebrities donating big amounts of money and for clout, because I don't even know why I said that. Like right after I said it, I'm like, oh yikes! Like no, that's not how I feel at all. So that's my bad. I forget what it was. It was, who was it who donated a shit ton of money on Twitter a couple months ago, and they were getting shade for it because they're like, oh, Jeff Bezos, he donated $1 million, or it's like $1 billion to something. Does anybody remember what it was?
I don't.
I don't, but
What
I
was the
remember some
argument?
of the backlash.
You could
The
do
ar-
more.
Yeah, that was the
Yeah,
whole thing was that
Yeah,
I think. Hold on, let me Google.
Oh, are you talking about what the counter argument was?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, they were
Was the
like,
argument like, oh, you can do more, you can donate more if you wanted.
they
to?
were
Yeah.
looking at his net worth, and they're like, oh, you only donated about 30% of what you could have donated. And then other people were saying, well, that's equivalent to if I donated $20, so you should donate more.
That's just
All right.
Oh,
It's
okay.
It's $1 billion stuff.
Sorry.
people.
It was back in February, and it was $10 billion towards climate change.
It's a lot of
and-
money.
And instead of, wow, Jeff Bezos, that's really awesome, it was, how fucking dare you? Like, your net worth is blank, and you're only donating $10 billion. I actually think I tweeted out about this, and I was just like, are you fucking kidding me right now? Like, are you kidding? Like, all those people commenting have probably never even donated a fucking dollar to anything in their life, dude. They probably don't even buy cookies from their local fucking Girl Scout troop. And they have the audacity to shade on a guy
That's some
who
good
doesn't need
cookies.
to give a penny to anyone, who can just buy citizens off the street. Like,
I'll give you $1
And
million
he's
if you work for
donating-
me for the next 4 years.
like $10 billion. Like, do you know how fucking crazy $10 billion is? And people are complaining that he donated that. Like
Say one more time. How many dollars?
a gazillion.
Oh.
Oh, that.
Dude,
That
don't say it
multiplier.
like that, dude. Almost
It's
got
not
me.
enough. Always
and
more.
then when I googled the donation, he also did 100 million to food banks specifically for coronavirus. It's like whether they're doing it, and I guess this kind of goes back to my point of whether they're doing it for clout or not. Yo, fuck it, they donated that money. So like, Matt,
Yo, really quick. I heard Nico shout it out a little bit. Reese, we still don't know who you're beefing with.
oh,
Rose.
Rose.
Rose. Why did I call you
Oh, yeah.
Reese? I'm so sorry.
No, it's cool.
Big
Um,
brain.
Long day, man.
So I thought of a few options, and they're all kind of mediocre. Can I say who I'd like simp for instead? Because I have an option for that.
Simp for.
Is it beans?
Actually,
Yeah.
hell yeah.
Simp, yeah.
Okay, Doja Cat, 1,000,000%,
Hey.
1,010%. I
Oh my
love
God.
her
Doja, where
so
you at?
goddamn much. I will go to the end of the earth for that woman. She is everything.
Thick.
I simp for her so hard. I love
That's
Doja
not
Cat so
beef.
much.
Doja, get on the
I
podcast,
said-
please.
I feel
think
like
about
we
these.
score.
She asked if she
I
could
want to know what
simp
it
instead.
seems for.
Yeah.
Can I simp instead?
Okay, all right. Well, we'll
Yeah,
go
I wanna
I
on.
simp
simp
Matt,
so
too.
hard for
Matt, you
Doja.
start. Matt, you start.
Oh, shit!
wait.
I need to look
Oh,
up.
simp list?
It's
The
simp
simp list?
season, baby.
Alrighty.
Let's do this. Let's do this. You gotta stretch
Alright,
real quick. Hold up.
I already
Hold up.
know. I already know.
I already know. Yep.
Who? Oh, just about your own? All right. Yo, tell me I'm wrong, but Black Widow from the Avengers, Scarlett Johansson,
Yes, I also agree with that.
Wrong.
100%.
No, 110%. Great.
Thank you, Rose.
I know who
Brandon?
I'm simping for.
Man of culture.
Did you say my name?
Yeah.
Claudio Sanchez from Coheed and Cambria. You cannot fuck with that hair.
True.
Who?
True.
Claudio Sanchez. Look him up. Claudio Sanchez from Coheed and Cambria.
Claudio Sanchez?
Yes.
I got it. Ooh, what the fuck?
Right? Bro,
Dude, does
can't
he
not
have a
get on
wagon
Yo,
or what?
this is a man, dude.
Calm down.
Dude, he's a comic book writer. He's written a novel before.
Yeah, that's a
He-
man.
Does a lot of music. It's
It's
really
a
good.
man's man.
That's a real man right there.
True.
Damn. That's a man. I know who I'm simping for.
Cakes or what?
Sam.
Alright, Rose already did hers. Space.
Alrighty. I can't decide between two. It's either Hugh Jackman or Tessa Violet.
Tessa Violet.
Where's Tessa? I know who I feel like I know who
She's
Tessa.
pretty hot, dude. Not
Yeah.
gonna lie.
Nico.
I'm simping for Henry Cavill. Geralt of Rivia himself.
Ooh, alright.
Yeah. I still
Soul-minded
finished that
bastard.
series.
Bullshit. Really?
Yeah.
Hey, get shit on, boy.
Alright.
You guys can both simp for him. It's okay. You can be stands together.
No.
Wait.
Alright.
Who is that? Is that
I'm
what Triangle
simping.
said?
No,
Who
that
said?
that's
no,
what I was
the
going
Colin was
to
gonna say,
Oh.
but I beat him to it.
He
Triangle?
I don't know if I have anyone I'm gonna simp for.
You simp for me.
Yeah, let's say just simp for Aiden.
You donate and you sub for my
Triangle
stream.
is too
You're
much
already
culture, I'd go
simping.
simp for anyone though.
Sim for Daddy Aiden.
I simp
Oh,
for
Oh,
Oh,
God.
Puppy.
girl. Aiden, no?
I'm simping for Space Trash.
Dude, I haven't
oh,
seen it, but I'm
alright.
sure Aiden's got some cakes on him, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh.
Thanks,
Wow.
Vlad.
Taylor right now.
Alright. Oreo, go. Oreo. Oh, God.
Hey, Crazy Steve from Drake and Josh, dude, if you're out there. Jerry,
Praise-
you hear me
praise the
right now, dude?
Lord.
I follow him on.
I
I
approve.
follow
But
Jerry Trainer
I
on
only
Twitter.
want him, dude. I only want Jerry Trainer if he's acting like Crazy Steve from Drake and Josh.
No, wait. No, do you want him? Do you want him as
Only
Crazy
that
Steve at
persona.
all hours of
Yeah.
the day,
At all hours, Crazy Steve.
even when
Crazy
he's
Steve
sleeping
now
and
and
he just
forever.
wakes up sporadically?
Yeah.
No. He has
I'd
night
assume-
terrors as Crazy Steve.
I'd assume you'd sim for the CEO of Capri Sun.
So
No,
hot.
he would just simp for Capri Sun. Period.
Itself.
Like
the
powder.
brand.
Well, I was gonna say, who's the CEO of Capri Sun? Let's find out.
The
Uh,
strawberry
No,
kiwi
so-
flavor.
it's Ronald Weaning.
Colin, do you pick Henry?
Are you
Cavill?
serious?
I
it's
can do
rolling.
someone else.
Yeah, do someone
Roland.
else, Colin. Give us a really
Yeah,
tasty
it's
one.
Roland Weenie.
Gal Gadot.
Oh, Godot.
The what?
The
Some
Wonder
stuff.
Very
Woman.
pretty.
Wonder Woman.
Respect.
Oh, all right.
I bet Colin enjoyed Imagine very much.
Oh god.
and,
Oh god.
and I bring it all back. You
Full
did this,
circle,
Colin.
baby.
You did this.
All right, I gotta head up.
That's what I was thinking.
Aiden, who are you stimping for?
I am simping for
Me.
imaginary people. 02, baby.
We.
Oh, I
Good
need
choice.
to-
Are we
God.
naming imaginary people?
I gotta
have a few
go,
more.
dude.
No, I
Just
only
tell
named
me,
them
it's all about
imaginary
Grover from Sesame.
Oh yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna do the hottest take ever for any hardcore anime fan here. Brace yourselves, boys.
Uh-oh.
No.
Oh no.
Okay,
No.
whatever.
No.
Get ready.
No.
The
No.
Waifu Wars.
Amelia over Rem.
No, I'm for that. I hate
Yeah,
Rem.
no, 100% I'm for
I
it.
hate Rem, dude.
Who's, people are gonna get up and
Felix.
leave the
I
podcast.
haven't
Felix.
seen it
Felix,
yet.
what
You
the
hate
fuck?
Rem?
Rose?
I'm simping for Felix. I'm not a
Don't
I'm
test
not. I'm
me.
not
Wait,
a
wait,
girl.
wait, wait. Can
I'm
we
a
just
boy.
establish that Rose has just barely said she hadn't seen it?
Wait,
These are just
It's-
characters, though. It's okay.
Rose, I just finished it last night. It is so fucking good.
Bad.
True.
Okay, I know that.
Hey,
everybody
Nico,
loves
be
it.
nice.
I just haven't gotten
6
around
out of
to
10.
it.
Dude, it is like. Do people, Nico? Do people call ReZero a harem?
Yes.
It's
It's
borderline.
not a harem. It's not. Period.
It's not,
Borderline.
but people call it.
That's.
I'm not gonna
stupid.
call it harem. I just hate that show.
So, the king of
With
all
isekai
harems
trash.
is Sao, and that is like
Isekai's good.
not
What about
comparable.
Monster Musume?
It's the good kind of trash.
It's nothing like Monster Musume.
It's like
Let's
I know
not
it's
talk
not,
about
but I'm
Monster
saying that
Musume.
That-
Musume
is that Twitch
like
friendly?
the king of all harems.
All right, so I would simp for 02. What were we talking about before simping? Oh yeah,
don't know.
celebrities.
Mike Wazowski.
Beef.
Oh yeah, so no. Well, before beef, we were talking about celebrities. Remember celebrities and mansions? Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So reeling it back before we get on the topic of anime.
Are we gonna have enough time for the question Q&A?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
We have plenty of
We
time.
can-
I've been timing everything out really well.
Look
Yeah,
at
you
you.
think so?
Professional podcaster.
Hey, it's episode 5, dude. We're going pro.
Professional pogger.
Yeah.
Space,
4-hour
space.
cast.
I was able to afford to get you on the podcast. We're pretty big.
I know.
Wait,
Can I get
wait,
a
didn't you
pog?
meet Space on Omegle?
Well, look, whether I met him 10 minutes before the start or not is irrelevant. The point
Hey,
is, space is
It was
here.
more like
Relevant.
10
Space
seconds.
is a
You
good
threw
guy.
me into this. So
Dude, I remember meeting Space, and I was like, when he said yes, and I told him, I'm like, look, dude, everyone's already in there meeting each other. You're literally gonna be that kid who walks into class late. Is that okay with you? And he's like, I'm ready. And he just went in. He went in and
was
went
just
in
ready
there
to
like he
commit
had known.
4
We
hours
commend.
last
We
night.
commend.
Full
we commend you,
send.
Space.
full
Full
send.
Can we get a round of applause for Space?
Plus Ultra.
Thank you. Thank you. You're too kind.
I can't clap loudly.
Goddamn.
Because Triangle, we applaud you every single time you're here because it's 7 o'clock where you are.
AM.
Thanks. I'm dead inside.
And let's applaud Nico.
Nice.
That's a mood and a half.
Let's applaud Nico for his hard work on the podcast.
Fuck you.
It literally
Changing
wouldn't be
layout
possible without
midstream.
him. Dude, extra
Fuck
clap
you,
for the
Colin. I
changing
see
layout.
you.
Let's applaud Colin for not dipping out this week.
Dude, you better leave like 5
I
We're
minutes
just
before the
doing
cast is over.
applause all around.
Let's applause
plan on it.
for Brandon for not responding to my messages before I start and me thinking he wasn't going to show up.
Ooh.
But he showed
That's a
up.
staple. I do that all the time.
Let's
I never-
let's applaud Rose for being the only girl on a 9-person cast.
Hot.
Respect.
Oh, God.
Fuck, dude.
She may have had the hardest job out of all of us here, let's be honest. If I was a girl, I couldn't have done it.
No, I do.
Yeah.
What?
Wait a second.
You think I'm a boy? You think I'm a boy, Aiden? Did
Wait,
you just assume?
something's
He
wrong.
doesn't seem
Alright,
like
alright.
one.
Anime.
Oh, fuck.
If you were
Oh.
a My Hero Academia character, what would your quirk be?
Wait,
Alright,
are
no,
we
no,
changing
anime.
it?
Never watched it.
That's a
Oh,
fucking
my
anime.
God.
Okay, so
Depression.
the anime question I'm proposing to everyone is, what is a AAA anime that you're ashamed that you haven't seen?
AAA anime?
Like,
Oh,
for
I have a
example,
good answer
like,
for this one.
yeah, mainstream AAA, fucking same thing.
Would I
Alright.
have
That
to
I'm
answer the
embarrassed?
zero for that?
Yeah, that you haven't seen.
That I haven't. I
don't know. I've seen most. I think I've seen them all.
Motherfucker, you didn't see.
He's the ultimate level of weeb.
No, like ones that I am sad that I haven't seen. One Piece isn't one of them. Sorry.
Alright,
That shows
fucking
garbage.
weird.
Matt,
Yeah.
That's facts.
Almost
That's
as bad
this
as
man's
ReZero.
straight spitting.
everyone,
Back.
shh. Let Matt go.
Oh, dude, either that I'm ashamed I haven't seen, like one I want.
Yeah, one that, like, for example, I just finished ReZero the other day, and that is, like, pretty pathetic that I haven't seen.
Okay, well, I don't really watch anime. Like, I'm kind of boiling down on myself. I'll be real, but like, everybody's told me to watch One Punch or Black Clover, and I haven't seen either.
One
Clover's-
Punch is so good.
Black Clover's
Both really good. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I haven't seen either because I don't have the will to actually watch an entire season.
Very
Brandon,
quick.
It takes a lot for me not to say Corey in the house, but the honest answer is that I didn't know there was such a thing as AAA in anime. You're talking
Well,
to
just
the
a
one
popular
non-weeb.
anime then.
Wait, Corey in the
There's-
fucking house, bro.
Wait,
It's
you
an
never
anime.
seen Corey in the House?
Is that
It's
really?
an anime.
I've never
not
seen
an
Corey in
anime,
the
no.
house.
It's my
Yeah,
favorite
no, I was
anime.
like,
It's not
what?
an anime.
I was like, bro, isn't Corey in
I
the house? Like,
also
On last podcast, we kept making the joke that Corey in the House is the ultimate anime.
yeah.
but Corey
Rose,
is
to
the
answer your
house type of
question,
me.
Guys, shh.
Rose, to answer your question, I don't watch anime. I didn't know that there was like a difference between like AAA anime. I didn't know that anime had credit scores.
I think just
Like
famous,
I'm being
you know.
bullied.
famous anime.
All right, Rose, your turn.
Thanks.
Oh geez. Okay, so it used to be Dragon Maid, but I watched that. So now it would be like ReZero, Darling in the Franxx.
Oh my god.
There's so many. One Piece I haven't seen. I haven't seen Fairy Tail. Not saying they're like great, but I just want to see them for the sake of seeing them.
Everyone
know?
you've named so far is great.
Okay.
Except for
Well,
One
some
Piece.
people
She
would
named One
disagree.
Piece.
She named Fairy Tale.
You shut your fucking mouth, dude.
I have not finished SAO, but I don't know if I want to do that.
How far in are you?
Watch everything but
Like-
Alicization, and it's mediocre at best.
I'm
No, season
like
one's got two.
3
Season one is really good.
episodes into season 1.
Wait,
Yeah.
3 episodes into season 1?
It made me cry with the one lady, but I'm not gonna spoil her. Like the second
Ah.
episode.
And
But-
when Kirito was part of that like group and they all went into that dungeon.
I think so.
Start spoiling
It's
it.
been so long,
What's
man.
her name? Nico, do you know her name?
There's like singing or something.
there's
No,
no
it was.
girl.
It's been so long.
Yeah, the
man.
girl with the short hair
It's been way
What
too long.
girl?
in the very
Um,
beginning.
Dude, that's like episode 6.
No, that's like literally 2 or 3.
Are you talking
you
about? Oh,
Yeah. When he joins that.
Oh,
like,
that's
really-
like that's episode 4. I rewatched the first season like 2 nights ago. I know exactly what you're talking about. First
Yeah,
episode's like he goes in the game, blah blah blah.
That's a
Episode
fat
2 is like,
episode.
yeah, it's a fat fucking episode, dog.
What's the question?
Oh, Evangelion.
AAA anime.
Dude,
that you're-
I haven't seen Evangelion. either.
Evangelion as well. Haven't seen it.
See, I don't
want
want to watch it. It's a mecha.
Yeah,
Well,
but every,
thank God you're not the one.
they have a
talking
great
right
opening
now.
song. We went to Japan and they played that for us in a band.
Are you
anyway.
serious? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, we went to a school and it was like the middle school students. They played it for us. They're like, "Do you guys like anime? What song
Oh
do you
my
want?" And then
God.
somebody said something. They're like, "Never mind, we're not doing
Japan
that one."
sounds
And they played
great.
Evangelion.
It is.
It was easy.
Small flex.
And let me just say, if you guys haven't seen Danganronpa, you should.
I have
What's it called?
Danganronpa.
Danganronpa. Oh
Nico, how have you not heard of Danganronpa? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
my god.
There
Wait,
you go.
is it-
That's your answer.
No, it's not.
Danganronpa has taken over my entire life.
Because I don't regret it.
Wait, who has seen it in here?
Seen what?
Oh shit.
Danganronpa.
look,
Or, like,
I
played
know-
the
through it.
games. The games are better. I'm just gonna
I
say that
played
right
through
now.
it. I didn't watch it.
I haven't seen it.
I
Holy
love
shit.
her. I am in. Okay, I simp for way too many anime women, but like, I am in love with Kyoko Kirigiri. Just saying. You guys would be too if you played the
understand.
games.
Space. Go.
All right. I grew up in Japan. Anime's been like a huge part of my life, so I've seen almost everything, sadly. Mainstream. The only thing I haven't seen that I am sad that I haven't is Promare.
What now?
Promare is a mecha movie that came out.
Isn't that newer?
Yeah, it
Isn't
came
it-
out at the same time as Fire Force, and
That's
everyone
the-
said that Fire Force copied Promare.
Isn't Promare the cross between? Oh my god! Wait, don't say it. Don't say it. Oh fuck. Gurren Lagann and
Yeah,
what's the other anime?
Was it made?
Not
it's
the
made
Kill
by
la Kill?
Studio Trigger.
Isn't it a
Wait,
cross between Gurren Lagann and Kill la Kill, or Kamega Kill?
The it's Studio Trigger, so it's made by the same people as Gurren Lagann and Kill la Kill. It's more like
I heard the
Gurren
characters were
Lagann
very similar to
firefighters
both
that are
Gurren Lagann.
Power Rangers.
Oh my god.
What's it called?
Promare.
That's my answer too.
Yeah, I saw trailers and shit. It was in theaters near me, and I didn't go to see it.
I want to see it so bad.
I just
can't
like
wait
Gurren
to,
Lagann's the only like
Oh, I remember seeing
mecha-ish
the ads.
show I've ever liked.
I can't wait to totally legally watch it.
Rose, have you seen Gurren Lagann?
I have not. That's another one I'm ashamed of.
So
I
good.
haven't seen
So
Hunter x
good.
Hunter. That's another one. Yeah.
Nico,
Kill la
Nico,
Kill is amazing though. I love Kill la Kill.
Promare is my answer.
Okay.
Kill la Kill's okay.
Triangle.
I don't really like watch anime, so
I know that's a lie.
Are you an
I
anti-weeb?
used to watch. Nah. I mean, I used to watch it.
He
I
views
removed
anime
that.
as a drug, and he's like off the drug. That's how he talks about anime whenever I'm in private with him.
Recovering weeb.
Recovering weeb.
It's true. He talks about it like it's
Reintegrating
the
into
war
society.
times.
Back in my day. I want to see him just go like pale in the face, look off in the distance, and we just hear like the sound of anime girls talking.
You're
like,
meaning,
while it
but
fades
I
to
remember,
gray.
I remember one night, Triangle. Maybe you remember. We were talking, and I was talking about a fucking anime or whatever, and you were like, "I'm not really a weeb, but I used to watch it, but not anymore." In like a very like I've seen some shit kind of voice.
I have seen some shit.
PTSD episode
look-
is Tokyo.
look,
Ghoul
who-
in the background.
Yeah,
I can be
Triangle,
fucking whacked.
Triangle. Shh, shh. Who made you watch High School DxD?
I haven't.
It's
I
gonna
haven't
be
seen that
okay.
either.
It's gonna be okay,
Don't-
Triangle.
don't watch it.
Yeah,
Rose.
don't watch it.
Don't watch it.
Okay.
Boku no.
Who made you watch Goblin Slayer all in one sitting?
That was a good show.
I
That's
like
another
it, but
one.
not on one
Nobody
sitting,
knows
though.
Shreya.
Warrison.
That's how they say his name.
What are we talking about, dude?
Just on the anime.
Anime,
I'm so fucking lost, dude.
anime that you haven't seen that you wish you had.
Well, there's like one that like I watched a couple of that I wish I watched the rest of.
All right, that works.
Well, there's a couple that I actually did that with. I was completely caught up with Food Wars, and then they started releasing more.
I almost
like,
started Food
seasons,
Wars
and I
last
just-
night. I'm not even.
I
kidding.
just kind of forgot about it, and also Haikyuu.
Okay,
oh
wait,
my
wait, I have to
god!
say
That's
something.
Don't
I have to say
even get me
something.
started.
And
Okay,
then
wait,
I
so
also
wait,
watched
wait.
like the
Mob
first
Guys,
season
I have to
of
say something, I have to say
Haikyuu, and I
something.
watched
Not
the
Mob
first two
Slayer,
seasons
Mob
of
Psycho.
Food Wars,
It's super-
and then that's when I was caught up, and then they started releasing more, and I forgot.
It's super important regarding Haiku. The girl that was in here earlier, Kai, was cosplaying as Shoto.
Yeah,
For
Yeah.
anybody who didn't like pick up on that, she actually
I
went.
saw the hair.
I don't know if I should say this, but she went.
She mentioned
to,
cosplay.
She was at a like online convention on Twitch earlier today.
Oh, dope.
and
I
that's why
actually
she
signed up
cosplayed.
for one of those that got
It
canceled
was
in
I
that
forget the
area.
name of the convention. It started with an A, I think, but it was like a cosplay
ASEN?
convention. I
Anime
think
Central?
so. No.
I don't know if that's just an us thing.
But yeah, no, I remember like, oh god, I don't know. Yeah, but it seems like you guys all knew, so never mind. I'll shut the fuck up. Wario, continue.
I didn't know. You opened my eyes to that. Thank you.
Dude, I don't know, man. That's like fucking all I've seen.
Shokugeki no
All the
Soma.
other- Yeah, all the other ones like I kind of just like watched through. I never got into action animes really. I was just like I don't know. I like the bitchy like romance stuff.
Oh,
I respect
dude.
that.
You're
Slice
my
of life.
fucking, you're my twin, dude.
Yeah,
I'm the
honestly,
exact same. I get
I
so
can
much
respect that.
shade.
I like relating and like getting really in there. Man.
Wario, you should watch Clanad. And I know you're a streamer, so you
Dude,
could
I
also
already
play the.
did.
You did?
I already watched Clan.
That's
I
another
watched
one.
Clan after story too.
No,
It
no
was
spoils.
Like
We can't spoil it. Rose, you need to watch that.
I'm gonna
I
cry. just
heard
thinking
it's
about it.
sad,
Ah,
and then
that's
my
like
boyfriend
the
always
best
cries
one.
whenever you just mention the name, and I'm really scared.
It's so good.
I want to
That's
watch
like
it,
one
but
that
it's
you can really get into. I don't watch a whole lot of anime, but that was like the first one that I watched, and I was like, "Damn, bro, this shit." Nice.
Yeah, Clanad for me. All right, Colin. Here we go. The biggest non. Brandon, you think you're a non?
Anime bad.
This kid is like.
The only good anime is Avatar: The Last Airbender.
You know, like, wait, you know what?
the shit out of you.
I'm not against.
You know,
I
like,
gotta go. I gotta leave.
Yeah,
Hey,
not
wait,
an anime.
Pokemon? Wait, you don't like Pokemon, Colin?
Wow.
For real though, the only actual anime that I've ever watched in my entire life is Naruto, and
It's manga.
Rest with his hentai.
but
What?
I can't even.
I just hear the whisper, like a slight whisper, just rest. Like, all right, Triangle, what you saying?
All anime is trash.
Alright,
Put it like that, right?
So my answer is Dragon Ball. What the fuck is the one right after original Dragon Ball?
Z Super.
There's Dragon
There's a
Ball, Dragon Ball
bunch.
Z,
Prob-
Dragon Ball
Wait,
Z
no.
Kai, Dragon Ball Super,
wait.
Dragon
What is? All right, chill. The like the oldest Dragon Ball that isn't Dragon Ball.
Do you know
Dragon
how
Ball Z.
Google?
No, really? It's Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah,
Dragon Ball Z.
Okay, yeah.
and then
so-
Dragon Ball Z Kai.
So I'm watching Dragon Ball Z right now. I haven't watched it in like a couple weeks.
I'm
but,
proud of you.
but I went through all of Dragon Ball, even though I was advised by countless friends not to the point where when I told my viewers on Twitch that I was watching Dragon Ball, they were all like, "Oh, which one? Z, Super, fucking whatever." And I'm like, "No, just Dragon Ball." And they're like, "Yeah, which one?" And I'm like, "The original." And they're like, "Ew, that's garbage. What the fuck are you
It's
doing?"
not.
Pal, go shoot yourself with a spaghetti
It's so
launcher.
good.
Did you
It's
see
nostalgia.
Super Broly?
Matt,
All right, Matt, chill.
stop it.
Die.
I love your playing, but
No, it's just the Naruto thing came up. I felt-
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm vibing too hard.
Sad swing music.
Yeah.
all right, guys. Last on the topic before we get into the soon-to-be notorious Palcast Q&A.
Oh yeah.
Everyone's favorite anime. Only pick one. Matt. Go.
Oh no.
Again.
Fine. We're going fucking rapid fire. Matt, go.
Bro, I don't know. I barely watch anime.
Then it
Fairy
should
Tail.
be-
I don't know.
Hell yeah, good
Alright.
choice. Brandon.
Yeah,
Beastars, right?
sure. We'll say
Beastars.
Beastars. I'm a furry, I
Yeah.
guess.
We're in the house, dude.
Rose.
Oh shit. Either Kill la Kill or Danganronpa. They're great.
Space.
Interspecies reviewer.
Wow. What the fuck is that? Nico?
Don't
Wait,
look it up.
that's the, like,
Don't look it up.
borderline hentai one, isn't it?
Oh.
Yeah.
If we're
I'm
going
sorry,
borderline
you said
hentai,
that.
No, the
I'm gonna
real answer
say-
is Gurren Lagann.
I'm gonna say my borderline hentai one is
No, just
Nanatsu
your
no
favorite.
Taizai Unholy.
Okay, now
Jesus.
okay, now your favorite.
Nostalgia factors Naruto.
Okay.
My actual favorite.
Holy
is probably
shit.
Somali in the Blind Forest. Fuck off. Go ahead next.
Ooh, that's a
Triangle.
good one.
Dude, fucking Cory in the house.
Triangle, you've
know
watched
that?
anime.
Uh-huh.
Just say Danganronpa.
I've seen Cory in the house.
Wario, go.
Go, Corey.
I like Toradora.
Ooh. Colin?
SpongeBob.
Hell yeah. Good enough. And for
Ew,
me,
can I get an up top for SpongeBob?
mine's still mad.
Ew.
All right, guys. Let's do this. All right, brace yourselves. Anybody who is here or watched the podcast last week knows that this is going to be. This is. I will
This is
say
gonna be
they did a lot better this week.
They did.
especially me.
I was
Last
looking
week
at 'em.
was if any of you guys didn't watch or weren't on last week's podcast, I
How much
seriously
could a
recommend-
woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
So, first question. Question number 1. If you were playing Dungeons and Dragons, what would you be and why? So we gotta try and make these questions go semi-fast. So don't answer too fucking in depth. But
Oh
Matt.
fuck!
Oh god.
I'm
Oh,
answering.
me?
All right,
Yeah.
I got
Um,
it.
I don't actually play Dungeons and Dragons, so I don't know what their
Make it up.
Yeah, make it up. It's Dungeons and Dragons. You can literally say anything.
Dude, I don't know, an elf.
They're
Yep,
boom.
there you
Good
go.
answer.
A wood elf.
There you go. Oh,
There you
what
go.
else? There you go.
Brandon.
Awesome.
I would be a dungeon master.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
I love
mean,
that. That's
That's
awesome.
cute.
Yeah, I gotta. It's my calm thing.
Rose.
I'm always an elf, normally with big titties. Yeah,
Ew.
Who could have
those
guessed?
are
Can I
two
get an up top
requirements.
for big titties?
Shut the fuck up.
All right, guys. Chill. Space.
A lawful neutral female tiefling artificer.
I'm sorry. What the fuck? What race?
3.5 artificer or 5e
Tiefling.
artificer?
I love
5e.
tiefling.
Tiefling. Okay. Nico?
A 3.5 with Mythweaver multi-class with Wizard and Bard.
Okay.
But you can just play an MMO if you want, dumbass. Fuck it with you, dude.
I'm playing 3.5. Sorry.
That's fair.
Fandle.
I haven't played it, so
Just what would you be?
Make it up.
Make
just
it up.
fucking air.
Hell yeah. Wow.
Bro,
Okay.
He could be an air ganassi. It's
Okay.
literally
There you
air.
go.
Oreo.
I'm gonna be a bard with a pouch full of flowers that I can speak to.
Okay. Colin.
A
Purple.
5e goblin warlock.
Okay, and
There you
I'm
go.
going to be a flower.
Wrong.
Is this a setup for the next D&D podcast?
Banned
I'll host-
content.
No, we've already kind of
Yeah,
made
no. Where you
plans for that.
Like, okay, a little off topic, but a couple of my viewers want me to do a D&D style like stream setup thing, but like it's
Yeah.
just with the podcast is just too. It's like it eats up too much time.
It's gonna be way later down the line.
Yeah,
when
once-
everything's kind of set.
Once
in
we get the
stone.
podcast on a much like stabler setup, then maybe we'll do D&D. But for right now, it's the podcast is like behind the scenes stage
Right now, it's like scouting people. Kind
Yeah.
of, to be
I mean,
honest.
literally, we had 3 people from
You're
Omegle.
I know,
And you
but
guys-
you're scouting people off Omegle. You're literally making friends.
Hell yeah, dude!
Like, it's
I love
funny
all
as
the
hell.
people I've met on Omegle. Y'all are fucking
Exactly.
awesome, dude.
My favorite is Space Trash.
Hey,
and
Okay, guys,
Mad.
next question. On a scale from
Okay,
1 to
fuck
10.
you.
Oh shit. Oh wait, yeah, we did everyone. Okay. On a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest, what would you rate your Minecraft PvP skill at? Matt.
All right, everybody at
17.
once.
No, shush.
17.
17. Okay. Brandon.
1.
1. Rose.
3.5.
Space.
Old PvP a 10, new PvP a 9.
Nico.
I'm dog shit, dude.
1 to 10.
1.
Triangle.
I'm gonna say 3 or 4.
Wario.
5.
Colin.
I'd say a
1.
solid 6.
I'm gonna say 4.
Minecraft building skills.
So this was I'm gonna specifically say this was a question last week that I accidentally fucking skipped over because it was during the question that I will not get into situation where I was literally crying. I was laughing so hard, so I literally just skipped the question on
Wait.
accident.
Wait.
If you guys are
What the-
curious, check out the VOD that drops on YouTube tonight at 12. Hell yeah! See, Nico, I'm getting us
well,
views.
Yeah,
Um,
man. Getting us views.
So, what do you guys think is a good age limit to give a child technology? Matt.
As soon as they come out the womb, the next level of generation is technology. I'm sorry.
Brandon.
Probably about 5 or 6.
Rose.
6, I guess. Yeah.
Space.
Don't have strong opinions.
7 or 8.
Nico.
Cybernetic enhancements within the womb.
Neural lacing.
Triangle.
Yes.
6 or 7.
Wario.
Fucking 5, dude.
Colin.
6 or 7.
And I'm saying 10. Who has watched Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai? And if so, what are your opinions of it without spoiling? Matt.
I gotta Google.
Never seen it.
Brandon.
Never seen it.
Rose.
No.
Space.
It is a great show. Without spoilers, the name is very misleading, and it's actually a very nice and relatable show. Good content.
Bunny Girl.
Oh, okay,
Nico.
this one.
The anime is top tier, and the manga has more content if you want more.
Triangle.
I haven't watched it. But Big Titty Bunny Girl, maybe.
Wario.
Yes.
I kind of vibed with it pretty
interested.
good. It was solid.
Colin.
It's absolute trash.
Haven't seen it. Next question. What age? Okay, this is a weird one. What age are you when you hit the age milestones? Baby, toddler, kid, adolescent, teenager, young adult, adult, middle age, senior, etc.
Is this like a correct
So
or
you guys,
wrong answer? Or just
so
like
you
a
guys can
guessing?
just pick one and go with it. So the options are baby, toddler, kid, adolescent, teenager, young adult, adult, middle aged, old, senior. Just pick one and say what
Teenager,
age.
13.
Matt, you go.
Baby is out the womb.
Okay. Brandon.
Time is relative, man.
Okay.
Big
Rose.
I became a senior as soon as I started doing taxes.
Fair enough.
I feel like a
Space.
boomer now.
Depends on how you're raised. Some people
Okay.
gotta become an adult at 2.
You had me until you said 2.
I
Nico.
tried to say 12, but I stumbled
not-
over my words.
You're still a teenager until you're 21.
Fair.
Triangle.
Mm-hmm.
I never left the baby stage.
My
Wario.
baby boy.
Oh?
Wait, are we? What was the question? I'm fucking lost.
What age? Okay, sure.
I'm sensing a recurring.
What age are you when you hit the age milestones? Baby, toddler, kid, adolescent, teenager, young adult.
All
adult,
of them?
middle-
Or
No,
just
pick
one?
one. Just
Just
pick
one.
one.
All of them.
Teenager,
I
13.
Colin.
You sounded like Joe Swanson.
Kid 4 or 5.
Kid 4 or 5. I'm gonna say kid. Anything before 17. Yeah.
Pretty legitimate.
Next
answer.
question. This one's a real
Okay.
banger. This is our maybe our one and only idiot question of the podcast.
Oh, that
Hey
last
Matt,
one was pretty bad.
kick us off with why.
Hey.
Yeah, that's the question.
All right, listen.
Why,
Exist
Matt?
relative. This is a simulation. Run.
Brandon, just why?
Because your parents got divorced.
Rose,
Wait, what?
why?
Wait,
Oh,
what?
deep.
What was it?
Why?
What was the question?
Why?
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 That's
I don't
just
know.
why. Right,
Why,
Rose, that
Rose?
is literally
Very
the question. It's
pressured.
Why,
just
Rose?
why.
Why?
I am.
Why?
Why?
Why'd
Alright,
you do
Because
it?
you guys
Space.
are pressuring
Why?
me.
Hey, why?
Why not?
Space, why?
We
Why
sound like the
not?
birds
Alright.
from Nemo.
Nico.
Space Old Man.
Yeah, no.
Feels bad.
Because mechas are usually trash.
Triangle.
No.
Wario.
Get out of the train,
Fucking,
get up.
This
uh,
guy.
fucking.
Sure, I am.
Colin.
Because I wanted to.
Fuck Finland. All right.
Whoa, hey.
Fucking Carol Baskin.
All right, guys, shush. Guys, next question. What is your favorite food to cook? If you don't really cook, then what is your favorite food to eat? Matt.
Fuck.
Filet mignon.
To cook or to eat?
Both.
Okay, Brandon.
Chicken.
Shit.
Rose.
Baked potato.
Wait. What'd you say, Brandon?
Dude,
Chicken.
is that your mom?
To cook or
Put
to
her on
eat?
the mic.
What?
To cook or to eat?
Put her on the mic.
Both.
Okay. Rose.
Baked potato.
Wait, to cook or to eat?
Both.
Space.
I love to cook Japanese style curry.
Hell yeah. Nico. Are you on
Dumplings.
to cook or to eat?
Dumplings to cook.
Okay.
I'm good at that.
Triangle.
I can't choose.
All right. Well, you're a fucking chef, so you better choose.
Dude,
Fuck.
yeah, dog. Fuck.
Water.
This
What'd you
question
say?
was made for you.
Just water.
Water. Yes. Fucking.
I
You
love
ask a
cooking
question
water.
like why, and then you answer a cooking-related question with water.
I'm real
Oh,
good at
that's
boiling it.
another
Wario.
mistake. I like chicken Alfredo.
To cook or to eat?
Both.
Colin.
Shrimp scampi. Both.
Mac and
Seriously.
cheese. For
I
both.
shouldn't eat it
Should've
because
said
I'm
chicken
lactose
katsu.
intolerant, but I eat
All right,
it
guys. Next
anyways.
question. What do you think about Jesus fuck?
What?
Hold on.
I'm just gonna say I
What
don't
do
know
I
what
think
this
about
is
virgin
asking.
Jesus fuck? I don't think that's allowed.
Hey,
Virgin
dude, I thought we
Jesus
were. I
fuck.
thought we were over with all this religion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
thought we
know,
talked about religion
right?
earlier. Is this the new game?
I don't. I'm gonna. All right, so I'm gonna read this question. Raise your hand if you want to answer, please. It's a
Can we
serious
just
question.
not do this one? I don't like.
Well, if someone knows what it means and they want to answer it, I'm gonna let them answer it.
What?
What do you think about Virginia passing the bill to make their state voting compacted with interstate votes?
I have no idea what
I
that
don't know
means.
what that means.
Yeah, that's about what I expected.
We're all children.
State
I'm a
Don't
child.
know
Interstate.
Politics.
Who's your favorite world leader, past, present, and why?
Oh no.
This isn't a bad one.
Add
Matt.
Stalin.
Okay.
Oh, he did say.
Brandon.
We're starting. off
Alexander the
great.
Great.
Wait, why? Stalin. Why Stalin? You
Oh,
gotta say
I don't
why.
know. It's like
My
he
boy.
was
Good
just
luck.
the opposite of Hitler, but like with the stash. Everything else was almost the same except the stash. It was just
Except-
the stash that was different.
Except he
like-
starved 13 million
Yeah,
people.
he did a lot.
Oh yeah,
more.
no, I'm completely aware of that. But like, off in the moon, he did his dream. I props.
Okay, Brandon.
Alexander the Great.
Why?
He single-handedly killed an entire nation.
All right,
The
maybe
entire
okay,
army.
from this point
No.
forward, no one can say any genocide people.
Yeah.
What do you
I
mean?
said from this point forward, we got Stalin and then we got
He
Alexander the
killed
Great.
it. Do you know the joke? So please tell me you get the history joke.
Wait, what was the joke again?
He single-handedly killed an entire army. On his deathbed, Alexander the Great wanted to shake every one of his soldiers' hands. He passed what he had to every single soldier, and none of them returned. He single-handedly killed an entire army. Thanks. Thank you, Nico. I appreciate you. I'm just gonna like beat myself up.
All right,
right
yeah.
now.
All right, Shaz, Rose.
Hatsune Miku.
Who?
Hatsune Miku.
Fuck.
That's not a world leader.
Joke.
Yeah, it
She's
is.
my world leader.
All right, fair enough.
I mean, she said the world is mine.
All right,
Yeah.
true. Space.
Grug. Let's go back to caveman times.
Nico.
Preach.
Dude,
Hell
I'm just
yeah,
gonna give a
dude.
safe answer and say Abraham Lincoln or some shit.
Hey, yo, can I get a
You
thumbs
piece
up
of
for Abe
shit.
Lincoln,
Cause
dude?
slavery bad.
Fuck.
Slavery bad.
All right, triangle.
Abra Urho Kekkonen.
All right, good enough. Wario.
Does Mario count?
Is Mario a world leader?
Mossy Hurdle.
He saved the world many times.
What about Bowser, dude? He's pretty much a leader.
I love Bowser.
I think Peach is the leader of that world.
No,
Motherfucker,
Bowser's the
I don't
best
think you
answer.
Yeah,
know
what do you
what
say?
I'm talking about.
All right,
Very
Colin.
Bowser
Kim
rules
Jong Un.
Peach.
Okay, what did I say? No.
Ayo. Should have said Genghis Khan, dude.
Fair
I
enough.
said Corey.
Sorry,
Say
sorry.
yours and move on.
Should have
Fine,
said
fine.
Corey in
Jesus.
the house,
Okay.
dude.
Jesus is a glorious
Look it up.
Corey in the White House.
Oh God. Okay. I'm having a real talking to with chat tomorrow.
What are they saying?
No, just for putting me in this position to answer these stupid ass questions. My favorite world leader and why? Winston Churchill.
A
Because
good choice.
I think
That wasn't
he
Peach.
was a large reason why the British maintained integrity during World War II. Final question of the podcast, yo, Pog.
Thank God.
Was
Pog.
there? I hate this part of the podcast. Actually, not gonna lie. Was there a skill or talent you had the opportunity to learn when you were younger that you passed on that you wish you hadn't? If so, what was it? This is a good question, actually.
Wait, what? Say it again.
A skill that I wish I haven't
Listen,
learned.
so was there, for example, let's say I wanted to learn soccer and I had the opportunity to learn soccer when I was younger, but decided for whatever reason, nah, I don't want to do it. Later on in life, like now, I wish I had learned to play soccer, but I'm at an age now where I can't really learn or be good at soccer. That's the question. So to repeat it one last time, was there a skill or talent you had the opportunity to learn when you were younger that you passed on that you wish you hadn't? If so, what was it? Matt.
This one is rough, but it would be a tie between lacrosse or acrobatics.
Ooh, I like that. And why?
Because I can do a backflip already. I just never took the time to actually like put my skills on how to get it better, like learn new things and such. But yeah, I don't
Brendan?
know.
Veterinary practice. I went through pre-vet in high school, and I ended up not following through with it after having to go into the actual vet clinic. And that's just some of the emergency animals. It wasn't great, so I passed that up.
I feel you. I actually have a friend who does work like that. It's very draining. Rose?
Okay, so singing, acting, violin, piano, general social skills, a lot
Hell
of
yeah.
stuff.
And why?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that part of the question, didn't you?
Yeah,
I'm
all
kind of
them.
stuck here with not many talents. I can draw big titty anime ladies, but I stopped. I gave up
Hell
on
yeah!
being
Can
an
I get
artist.
up top for big titty anime?
But I'm not going to art
Second
school
favorite
anymore,
gag.
so that's kind of not really going anywhere. So that's fun.
Hey, as long as you put your mind to it, you got this, girl. I have faith.
Hopefully. Thank
Space.
you.
I had the chance to be bilingual because I grew up in Japan, but
Oh,
I
wait a minute.
decided
Oh my
to
god.
not think about how it would affect me in the future and just decide to BS my way through my Japanese class.
Wait, so you lived in Japan and you don't know Japanese,
I know bits and pieces. I'm not fully.
but not enough to hold a conversation.
I can ask like, hi, how are you? My name's this. Where's the bathroom?
Boku wa
Fucking-
sekusu daisuke.
How
Fucking
long?
Aiden knows more Japanese than you.
And I watch everything in dubbed.
I bet you don't know shit.
I don't, but I don't. But
Exactly.
that was the joke. Wait. So, quick question: Why didn't you though? Like, I mean, how long did you live in Japan for? If you don't mind me asking.
4 years. I come from a military family.
Okay, and you just didn't like retain any of. 'Cause I imagine it would have been.
I lived in Okinawa, which is the American
Really?
part of Japan.
I have a friend who's
Oh.
stationed there.
Wait, Okinawa?
Yeah.
Dude, I was there till I was 8.
Yeah, it's dope.
Yeah,
Wait,
dude, it's a
how-
really beautiful area.
How old are you guys? I'm sorry.
I'm
wait,
18.
I'm
you say
19.
Korea?
18? You guys are so young. What?
Yeah, I'm a child.
Wait, you both said 18?
I'm
You're a
19.
baby boomer.
Oh shit! Wait, were you guys there the same time?
Probably.
Maybe,
Pog?
yeah.
Wait,
Just
hold on.
me.
When were you there, Space?
Long lost cousins.
I was there like from when I was 2 for 4 years.
Wait, so 2 to 6?
Yeah.
You were there at the same time then.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
that-
So wait, is there
Wow.
like one school where all the American kids go?
No, there was like 2 or 3.
KES.
Only a few, man.
I think
Wait.
it's a little bit bigger than that.
Yeah, it is.
Wait,
Yeah.
what if they're like long lost brothers
Yo,
and they're
what?
reunited
Yeah.
on the podcast?
Imagine
so
how
character
fucking gnarly
development.
that would
Oh, what if they were
Whoa.
like close friends growing up, or even worse, one of them bullied the other one?
That's really likely because everyone
this is the
bullied
beginning of an
me.
Are we
anime right
Yeah,
now.
creating
I was kind of
anime
an
bots?
asshole.
Yeah, I was just gonna
So that
say.
might be it.
Everyone bullied me. He says he's an asshole.
He definitely bullied me.
Character
we have-
development, guys.
We have our purple held
Guys,
protagonist.
wait. Wait, this is a
We have
silent voice.
this high school bully.
This is a
Oh,
silent.
no.
I hate it.
I totally
Space is
predicted
gonna
the
jump
ending
out the
of that.
window, and then Matt's just gonna
Space.
grab him.
Space, look, I gotta go, man. Like, I'm sorry.
I forgive you.
If
It's
this ends
over.
the same way, if this ends the same way, like a silent voice, and y'all aren't together, I'm gonna be pissed.
What are you shipping them now?
Grab my hand.
Wait, you're not shipping them now?
No.
Which is it?
What?
No, I had you.
All right,
He's
Nico.
falling.
Never got you.
It's kind of
Come
like
on.
it's honestly kind of like the same thing as him. I never like learned Greek, or like I was fluent as a child, but I just kind of let it go. Now I don't know crap.
Is Greek used a lot in your house, or?
Yeah, my mom, and my brother are both fluent.
But wait,
And they
but you're
speak
not.
a lot, and I understand it like almost perfectly. Like I understand what they're saying, but I can't like reciprocate it. It's a weird fucking thing.
Yeah.
I can say like
That-
I can
that
say like
makes
a little
sense.
bit.
What does
can s-
Tikanis mean?
Tikanis, what are you doing?
Oh, okay, gotcha. People say
I
that
learned
all the time at my
I
school.
learned
I
a
have no
lot
clue
of
what it meant.
Greek from Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Tikanis is like, hey, what are you doing? Like tipota means nothing.
Pater,
Yeah, like shit
mater,
like that.
mystios.
Gotcha. Thank you.
That's
I
like
also
ancient
had the
good
Greek,
job.
chance to
dog.
learn ASL.
No,
and
hey,
I passed it up.
that's current Greek. You shut your
I
mouth.
don't know what the fuck that means.
Mystios, it's mercenary for in Greek.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Oh, sorry, it's mercenary. Triangle, go.
Dude, I regret nothing. I know everything.
Yeah, he's a scuba diver, guys.
Big brain, dude. Big brain.
Look how many
Mega
eyes he
brain.
has, dude.
He can see everything.
Wario, go.
Well, I kind of regret not learning scuba diving. I had the opportunity to.
I regret not being sponsored by
Triangle,
Capri Sun.
how's your opportunity
Yeah.
to teach him?
Yeah, I regret it.
That's illegal, but okay.
Take
Hell
me in the water, boy.
Ooh.
Take me in the water,
Oh.
boy.
That's how it be.
That's how it be.
He
Give
do
me
be
the
vibing though.
snorkel.
I even know how to go invisible.
Yeah, he's sitting there.
Wow.
Where'd he go?
Ooh,
Nico, before we finish up, can you start purging the chat so I'm able to open up
Me?
the fucking all right, can you not delete people's messages?
I can.
Okay,
So
just delete
much, man.
anything that I should not be able to show on stream
I'm just.
because I have to grab the
Can I just spam the links again?
Oh yeah, just post everyone's link again. Colin, go.
I would say learning drums or pursuing it more.
Didn't you take drum lessons actually?
Yeah, for 2.5 years.
I actually remember that.
Hey, I'm in percussion.
For me, probably the same answer as Matt. Probably like gymnastics. I was always like very like flexible and like fast and like as a kid, and I don't know. That was something that wasn't really presented to me as an opportunity. I was presented a couple of times with the opportunity to pursue track, and I was even like asked by teachers and stuff like that to do track, but it's just something that I kind of let slip. Like didn't turn in my impact test and stuff like that, and it just sort of I don't know. I missed out on for sure. Holy shit! I think that's about it, guys.
Hell
Sleep.
dude.
Yeah. Give yourselves a fucking pat on the back, seriously.
Yeah.
Fuck, I can go to sleep.
Hold on, not yet. We're not done yet. You know that.
Fuck.
So
that, boy.
this is the part of the podcast where we kind of roll out the red carpet for you guys. We're gonna give each of you guys a chance to like speak, say your fucking piece, yo. Tell chat you love them, you know, whatever. It's your time. The spotlight's on you. Matt, take us away.
Listen, it was dope being here with y'all. Y'all are fan people, and honestly, I would rather spend my 4 hours here than sleeping. So, like I said, thank you for giving me the opportunity, man. Love you all. Y'all have a great night and be safe out there.
Hell yeah, Brandon.
Yo, thank you guys for having me again. Thank you for putting up with my shenanigans. Thank you, chat, for being respectful. And you can find me on mixer.com/Dracalis whenever I actually stream. but I do a lot of shooters, so
Everyone go
And,
follow him right now. You're all perm banned.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
He actually bans people, by the way.
Rose?
No, thanks. I didn't expect Omegle to lead me to this. And now for the second week, I have done the podcast, and it's really fun. So thank you. I kind of draw and post it on Twitter, kind of. Not really.
Follow Rose on
Sometimes.
Twitter. You're all perm banned.
Yeah, and then I
Already do.
retweet a lot of cute stuff. So you should
Huh?
follow me on Twitter.
What did you want?
I'll post it in here. It's all good.
Matt, what did you want as well? I didn't see your thing in there.
Oh, dude, it was just my Snapchat.
Yo,
Follow me on Snapchat, bro.
well, what's your snap? Type it and I'll spam it.
Dude, yeah, I got you. I got you.
Honestly, Snap is the one thing that everyone will probably add you on. I'm not even kidding.
Well, the only reason I only have Snap is because anywhere else I like post daily things about my life, and Snapchat's just kind of like hit me up for anything, like if you need something, you know.
All
And
right,
no, it's not Call of Duty, by the way.
everyone go follow him on Snap.
Caught the
Oh,
fish.
sorry, add him on Snap.
yeah. I went fishing with my dad when I was 10. All I caught was
All right,
cod.
look, buddy, red carpet's over for you. Space.
All right,
Just
I
letting
really
the Nico-
appreciated getting on here, even if it was 10 seconds before it started off of Omegle. I hope I could come back. You can check me out. I'm just starting to stream again at twitch.tv/spacetrash9. Thank you, chat, and I hope everyone has an amazing day and you drink water and take care of yourself.
If you guys don't follow him, I swear to God, I'm
I already
streaming
did,
ever
dude.
again.
Yeah.
That's right, chat. I'm holding y'all motherfuckers hostage.
Dude, this guy's
If you want me
way
streaming
too nice.
tomorrow, I'm gonna be checking all of you guys. There you go.
Dude,
Follow
don't.
him now.
They're not.
Pog.
There's 24 viewers, which means his fucking follow count better go up by 24, motherfuckers. All right, Nico, take us away.
It's your boy, Nico. I do the editing. That's it. Follow me on Instagram. Boom.
Yeah, where is your Instagram?
Scroll up a little, monkey boy.
Oh, there it is. Holy shit. It's hiding. All right.
I'm
all right.
really mean
Hell yeah.
most of the time.
Nico's a legend. Triangle?
It's all satire.
I'm doing something different today. There's my Twitter, not my
Every-
Fiverr.
Everyone go follow Nico on Instagram. Yeah, so everyone go follow his Twitter.
I actually like don't do anything in there.
I was
I
literally,
just-
dude, I was literally gonna vouch for you and say your Twitter's actually pretty dope because you actually, out of all my viewers, you're the only one who likes and retweets my tweets.
I just found you on Twitter.
That should say a lot about my co-host. I'm kidding. I love you.
Boy, I'll dip, man. I'll fucking dip. We'll see where you are.
Where are you?
I stream on Twitch very regularly. Normally doing some random stuff. A couple times a month I do cooking streams. So you should pop in for those.
What, dude? I'll watch that.
I'm gonna
Mm.
fucking criticize you, bro.
Bro, yeah.
Don't, dude, I swear.
Fuck, dude.
But
That
other
shit-
than that, I'm
have you
usually
ever made
playing like
steak?
Counter Strike or League or something like that.
I can't
you
wait
ever-
for the
Wario,
Capri Sun.
have you ever made steak?
Oh yeah.
How do you cook steak?
I cook it. I sear it on the outside after salt, peppering, and then once it reaches a certain temperature, stick it in the oven. Finish it off with some garlic butter basting.
Triangle?
Huh?
Cast iron
Thoughts?
skillet.
Are you gonna belittle him
Of
like you
course.
belittle me?
I didn't fucking listen. What? How does he
Good.
cook it?
I don't think
That
you should stick
doesn't
it in
matter.
the oven.
Colin, go.
What?
Yeah, I don't really have
Yeah.
any social medias, but I'm helping run a spell break tournament, and it'd be really cool if anyone who wants to try and join up
Wait,
and do so.
really?
Is that the battle royale?
Yeah.
Yeah, Spellbreak stuff. I don't wait. Did you get a job for them?
No. This is in association with my class. So
They did you know
Awesome.
Spellbreak is actually located out of Boston? Like that company?
yeah, that's why we're.
I
Dude,
actually applied for their
if-
social media position and they actually got back to me and called me.
If you do join and you don't have the game, that's fine. Or if you do get accepted, there's only 60
Is there a
spots.
oh yeah, here it
But,
is.
if you don't get in, hang around. There might be a chance for you to to get in. People always drop out, but
Yeah, if you guys want to check out
that link
the
for more
celebrity
info.
competition on Reddit, hell yeah. You guys will know literally one of the people hosting it, so you can easily win. Colin will rig it for you. And yeah,
Oh,
and you guys can
Right.
find me on www.pornhub.com/Aiden. It's where I post most of my content.
Send me
Uh,
link, please.
Yeah, link, please.
I mean, I just spelled it out. You should be fine.
Send
But
me a
yeah,
link,
no.
please.
So that's where most of my
basically,
content is.
spell it out. Gonna need a link.
I'm actually doing a face reveal on there
It's actually not how this
tomorrow.
podcast goes. I'm kind of taking over now.
I'm actually
gonna
doing
need, you send me
a
a
face
link for that
reveal.
one?
But yeah. So just follow me there. Check out my content. I post regularly, sometimes too regularly.
Yeah, actually, I googled this. It's actually not you.
That's him.
I don't know who this is.
I mean,
but-
my audience
man.
would disagree.
Ah,
Wario,
no,
you're in
little
most of
weird.
the videos.
Little weird. This isn't you, but
But no.
I don't know why I'm
Jokes
there.
aside, if you guys haven't already, be sure to follow the stream. We do this podcast. Now listen very carefully, because people
Vape
have been
God.
asking me every single day when the podcast is. It's Friday from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. Eastern. It doesn't change. It's the same time.
We've done it the same every fucking time.
This is now episode 5, which means
Really?
for 4 times it has been at these exact same times. So if any of my regular viewers or any of the people on this podcast ask me, when is the podcast that you have been on?
Wow, is it posted somewhere, sir?
Hey, Aiden. I got
You
a
should put it in the
question for you, bud.
schedule under your stream, actually.
I should.
Hey, Aiden.
Yeah.
What's up, Brandon?
Hey, when is the podcast? I need
Yes.
to know.
When is the
You're
podcast
asking as a
again?
joke, but you're one of the people who asked me.
Kick him. Kick him. Kick him.
No,
Yeah, I'm
don't
not the
kick
person
it.
who
What
asked.
is this?
I verified the time with you, asshole. Shut up.
Verified. You
Whoa,
are
called
on
you
the
an asshole?
podcast.
Whoa.
All right. Anyway.
Yeah.
Just kidding, Brandon.
Again, thank you guys all for coming on the podcast. Thank you to all the viewers in the chat. We had a couple subs. Starting next week, I think I'm going to start reading off the subs at the end of each podcast as well, and all the donators. So if you guys do donate and sub during the podcast, we'll shout you out at the end of the podcast to give you guys some free clout. But again, thank you to everyone who showed up. Thank you to all my guests. All but one left. Someday we'll get the full 10 for 4 hours. Someday. It's the fucking dream.
Hopefully.
Big shout out to Nico. I honestly could not do this without him. Shout out to all of you guys who made 4 hours of your time to be here. I know it's not easy. And I hope you guys had fun. And that's
Love you. Have a great
that's it.
night.
Fuck.
Everyone, wave goodbye.
No.
Bye podcast. Bye viewers.
Okay, sorry.
Fuck tomorrow when I stream.
40
Bye,
new
everyone.
subs.
Bye,
and I
chat.
shave my eyebrows off.